Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play. Raise the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and 10 pence less from the kickoff to the final whistles blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques. Just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise the load, from sideline jokes to post-match tales. All big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join us, sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah.
Do all this. And hey, Bungholio coming in. Yes, I would say, especially because black and had the colours. Oh, getting some fast over. Wait, hang on. You telling the truth or I can never tell. Oh, you sure it's not working? Oh, I'm breaking out. Yeah, because you know what happened is we've changed all the settings around on Wednesday night. That's what I was concerned about. I messed about with all the settings so that we were all good on Wednesday night. But of course, what happens, of course, is that when there's only one person here, as opposed to Michelle, shall we say? Because when Michelle's here and talking, it's almost as if there's 10 other people in the room, right? Because it's just loud, yes? So I always have to alter the audio settings, and of course I took last night off. So anyway, don't know what I was on about, but we need to do a very, very quick pregame because they're ready to run out onto the field I'll do this very quickly. And here is the perfect time because there he is leading the team out onto the field. All eyes will be on this man tonight. Adam Reynolds is back. He's patched up everywhere. But he is back, so we'll keep an eye on him. Now, I've based my same-game multi around the fact that Adam Reynolds' return will ignite Ezra Mam, who's been a little bit quiet in recent weeks. Yes, I feel like Adam Reynolds' presence will lift Ezra Mam to a performance we haven't seen since the start of the year. So I've got Ezra Mam, anytime try scorer. I've also got and expecting a big game out of Bradman Best today. There's just something about Origin wins, international wins. There's just something about it that it has this flow-on effect. And if you win, you sort of come back into clubland with an extra leg, so to speak. I mean, we saw it from Barnett the other night. Barnett was probably the only player from the Warriors that can hold his head up after that performance against the Raiders. Bradman Best, I'm expecting a big game out of him tonight. So we'll go Bradman Best, anytime try scorer. Ezra Mam, anytime try scorer. The Knights are least impacted, I think, by the loss. They'll be lifted by Bradman Best's performance. And when I say the loss, I'm talking about State of Origin still. Yes, they've got Ponga, they had Gagai there, and it was Bradman Best who ran over the top of them for the match-turning try. But we'll see. And also the Big D's in there. We've got to have the Big D in there. We can't go a weekend without the Big D. And Greg Marju, because why not? I needed something to pad this out and try and earn some money off it. There's no point doing it. We're not trying to earn some money off it. Anyway, this game has got underway. We'll come back to the shoulder pads at halftime because it's a nice trip down memory lane for me. I like it. Bungholio's got the Broncos winning by 2. Styler, ahoy there, mate. We've got the exact same try scorers. David Wakano, ahoy, buddy. Blake, ahoy there. It should be a good game. The Knights get through their first set. Up towards halfway, and it's kicked down to Reece Walsh. Keep an eye on him. How will his confidence be after the absolute 0 out of 10 performance he had pretty much all State of Origin series long, yeah? I don't think that's too harsh to say. Reece might as well lay on the floor right now. Well, I'm sure it will happen at some point. He has a I said this on Facebook, which I know it's the worst place in the world to share an opinion, right? Facebook. But I said on one of the Facebook posts, because they had, honestly, they gave, and when I say they, I mean like Fox Sports and other journos, independent journos like The Raw as well, as this kick in behind the Newcastle line is dangerous, but defended well. Newcastle back in possession. I couldn't believe it. I was flabbergasted. I was completely rendered speechless that Fox Sports and independent journos like on The Raw rated Reece Walsh a 7 out of 10 on Wednesday night. I mean, we know that I don't like the overhype of the guy, and thus I have an unfiltered opinion towards him and his abilities. But I mean, is it just me? He was not a 7, right? Maybe a 7 for New South Wales. But he surely doesn't get more than a 2 or a 3 at most. I'm being a bit harsh when I say 0 out of 10 across the whole series. I understand that. That's just me doing my typical exaggerations. But he was not a 7, right? I just think that surely can't be just me. Penalty here for Newcastle anyway. Pain in the Haas, slow to peel away. A solid 5. I would take a solid 5 over a 7. I mean, had he actually been called for that foot on the dead ball line, which would have gifted New South Wales possession, it worked out all right for the Blues anyway. In the end, the very next players. Numbers to the right here for the Knights. Ponga pushes the pass up, and it's on a one-on-one steal At the back. Knocked on by Newcastle, says the referee. Oh, it was on there for the Knights early, though. I would accept a solid 5, though. Honestly, James. Because 5 is like, okay, a 4 or 5 means he wasn't good, but he also wasn't, like, completely atrocious. Like, say, Val Holmes. Val Holmes, apart from his goal kicking, really didn't contribute much at all to the series, yeah? So I would say Val Holmes is worthy of a 2 or a 3. Anyway, bollocks it. We've got a great game in the making here, I'm sure. There's already been some great games this weekend. The Tigers took it to the Rabbitohs earlier on today. I was watching the rugby, so I didn't stream the Rabbitohs game. And here goes Billy Walters on a dart offloads to Ezra Mam. Mam almost into space. Payne in the Haas wearing the number 23. That's an unusual sight. And it's the Broncos, 30 out from the Knights line on the 5th and last. Carrigan to Reynolds. Reynolds passes it too far out the back of Staggs. Staggs has to reach back, and in turn he drops the ball. A rusty start back for Reynolds, and that's not hanging anything on the guy. You would expect that first game back after a long layoff. Look at this. This is fantastic. I've got a nice meat pie. A meat pie and a sandwich. Now that's what you call dinner. I'm not going to allow myself to be seen eating on stream. I'll switch the camera off. But just know that I am eating. Yum! Styler! No. JDs were on special today, mate, so... Vopsy says, I call bollocks, I reckon you're chucking the pie around your room. No, mate. I'm not going to waste a nice meat pie. Never. Broncos back in possession. Expansive play early. Here's Walsh. Passes it back to an unexpected Big D. And it falls for Newcastle. Newcastle now. We've seen an error now from Adam Reynolds. Tony Staggs. You can't blame Staggs for it, though. And now an error from Reece Walsh. Doing what Reece Walsh does. And that's pushing passes. Newcastle 10 out from the line. Tackle 2. It pops back for Bradman. Best shrugs off Reynolds. Didn't really take him on, though. Saifidi. It almost opens up for him back in midfield. The Knights looking sharp on attack here. Frizzell spills it just as I give credit. Tyson Frizzell spills the ball into contact. The commentator's curse strikes. Reece Walsh, it's a 0 out of 10 start for him to this game. No such thing, James. No such thing at all. All right, so I'm gathering I fixed the audio thing, I'm guessing. Nice. Yeah, I just changed all the settings back to pre-Wednesday audio settings. Broncos off the hook there early. Mam spreads it wide. I won't elaborate as to what it is. Reynolds now. Walsh straightens. Goes through. Where's support? He puts the kick in off the outside of the boot. And it's lost forward by Ezra Mam with the line wide open. Reece Walsh uses his pace. The kick was a dead set shocker and didn't deserve a try anyway. Completely off the side of the boot, but still should have been taken by Ezra. Oh, Ezra Mam, how do you not take that? That is one of the simplest of simple takes. And he's in under the post. Tyson Gamble's off for HIA. What a goof. Oh, Bradman Best is down getting a going over from the trainer. That'll be big. Keep an eye on that. I'm going to laugh, but I'm not going to repeat it. Oh, Bradman Best is coming off the field, is he? No. The trainer is still with him, though. Yes, he's off. He's off. Bradman Best is coming off. The trainer has just given the signal to the sideline that Bradman needs to come off. Oh, that's disastrous. Bradman Best has been signalled for a substitution, and here he comes to the sideline now. That could be his night over. Oh, he had a great game on Wednesday. Well, I'm glad that... Well, I'm not... Okay. I was about to say I'm glad he did it tonight and not on Wednesday night. I'm not glad that he's done it at all. But it's better to have gone now than on Wednesday night from a selfish New South Wales perspective. Ains, Stainton, ahoy there. I don't know why they played Bradman tonight. Well, I mean, I kind of understand it because the season's on the line. This is a must-win, really. I mean, for both teams, if they lose this one, they need to start relying on results going their way. Other teams, it's out of their hands. Their destiny is out of their hands with a loss here tonight, both teams. So I understand you. It's the exact same reason why they've patched Adam Reynolds up and thrown him out there. I don't think Adam Reynolds is going to get through this 80 minutes, in all honesty. There is Reynolds, out the back to Mam. Broncos on the attack. Staggs bumps off Marju. Loses the ball. That's another mistake from Staggs and the Broncos. Well, Katoni Staggs, we're only 10 minutes in, but he is having a night to forget out there. It was not his fault the first time when he dropped the loose pass from Adam Reynolds, but that was all his fault, that one. Well, Bradman Best is done, and therefore, so is our multi. Hey, Lara. The Red Knight, 47. Ahoy there, mate. Why is Reynolds back? Because they need him. The Broncos season is on the line. 6 again here for the Knights. Gagai steps back in between the Big D and whoever was defending on his inside there. I just wanted to say Big D. I think he needs to go down. We'll see. We'll see, Wolfie, if there's a refund. Penalty here to the Knights. 10 metres out, just to the left of the post. Take the 2. Take the 2. And it's Katoni Staggs who's given away the penalty. They're going to tap and go here, the Knights. They're not interested in doing this in 2s. And Matt Croker tackled 5 out from the line. Pierce Paul throws a loose pass that goes forward. And Ponga collects it, but it's gone forward. And there is another let-off. Both teams are just letting each other off the hook. This is going to be one of those games. The pressure is telling on both sides. Pierce Paul was through, got the arms free. Those are coach killers on both ends of the field. Do you take a stag to a hen's night or a hen to a stag's night? That's too much for me. Well, 3,041 subscribers on the Wasted World of Sports. Thank you. Wednesday night was pretty quiet. I noticed. I think because, I mean, apart from potentially other things, I just think it's the accessibility of the Origin. Cut out pass now. Some space for Jesse Arthurs. Jesse Arthurs bursts down the sideline. A good pass from Reece Walsh there. Look, I give him his dues when he does something good. It was a perfectly placed cutout pass. CJ Dunn, ahoy mate. TV's on mute. Prefer your call. Cheers, buddy. I appreciate that. Fifth and last. Mam runs on his own. He's caught with the ball. Does get the arms free. Offloads back to Walters and now Reynolds. Reynolds kicks in behind the line. It's a well-placed kick. And there is the difference that Adam Reynolds, even if he is not at 100%, what he brings to this team earns a repeat set. Bloody hell, Vopsy. I was in no state to be on live stream on Wednesday night. Ponga goes short with the restarter. Is it going to find the 10? It does. It's well positioned. And the Knights come down with it. Frizzell, not the man you want in open space. He steps back inside. And Ezra Mam, with a little bit of help there, brings him down. But that is not the man you want in open space if you're Newcastle. Frizzell. Hastings. Change of direction here. And the Knights escape. Looking forward to the next game, Vopsy. Melbourne and the Roosters. Should be a cracking contest, and that will tell us a little bit more about both teams, I think, and where they're at this season. Croker offloads back to Crossland. Mam wrangles him down. 40 metres out from the line here, fifth and last. Hastings puts it high. Not a lot of distance on it. It's going to fall around the 20. And moving forward to take it is Jesse Arthurs. "15 minutes gone. Bradman Best ruled out for the game. That's the big story here for the Knights. Bradman Best will take no further part in this action. And unfortunately, that is... Oh, that's what I was going to check. Have they given me a free pass here on the multi? With Bradman Best ruled out. I don't think so. I think 10 minutes had gone. No, they haven't voided the bet. So the bet is still active. Penalty to the Broncos here. It's kickable. This is kickable. Zach Lomax set a new standard for what is a kickable penalty goal on Wednesday night, didn't he? They're not going to take it, though. The Broncos tap and go. Both teams have denied an opportunity at 2. Walsh, flat pass, maybe slightly forward there to Pierre Quarter. From dummy half. Mariner, the big D goes close. 6 again for the Broncos. First opportunity to score. Walsh in at first receiver again. Pain in the Haas now. Opens up for Pain in the Haas, but he's brought down by Frizzell. A try-saving tackle around the ankles. Walsh, now that was clearly forward that time. And they've lost it forward here, the Broncos. They get the penalty. Playing advantage for the Knights inside the 10. But that one was definitely forward. The last one was questionable, but there was no question around that one from Walsh. The penalty now a little further out. They didn't take the 2 last time, so they really can't take the 2 this time, or it would just be too much of a nod psychologically to the Newcastle defence. So they have no choice here but to go back on the attack. And they do. Reynolds holds the pass up for Ricky. A metre out here. The Broncos looking a lot better than at the start of the match, basically, as Reynolds starts to inject himself into this game a little more. Carrigan at first receiver this time. Reynolds with the Harbour Bridge ball. Almost intercepted by Mapapalongi. But it will be 6 more tackles. Reynolds again to Carrigan. Carrigan just sets it up back towards the posts on tackle 1. Still on the attack here, the Broncos. Payne in the Haas. Backs into the defence. And it's called forward. Oh, okay. So that one's forward. That was a forward pass, which looked fine to me. Line ball at most. But Reece Walsh throws 2 that are blatant, and none of them get called. That'll do me. Yes, the Red Knight 47, Bradman best. We've just got a shot of him now. Sitting on the bench in his jacket. Done for the night. We are just glad that he got... Sorry, I'm eating again. I'm just glad he got through Wednesday night, no? Imagine if he came out on Wednesday night, lasted 10 minutes. The absolute destructive nature that would have had on the Blues bench rotation. Vopsy reckons Gagai and Ponga probably beat him up in training after Wednesday. Straight through now goes Jesse Arthurs. Some weak defence in midfield from the Knights. I'm starting to regret my tip now of the Knights because the Broncos are well on top. Back in Newcastle territory again. Reynolds out to Staggs. Staggs puts on the fend and it opens up now. 1 to beat. Ponga doesn't even try. Ponga holds back for the intercept. And very luckily, Staggs gets brought down before the try line. 5th and last, Reynolds with the kick. Played at by the Knights. No, says the referee. It's still 5th and last. And that is a handover. Jesse Arthurs does not realise that it's 5th and last. I thought that it was played at. They're going to challenge at the Broncos, and this is a good challenge. It was deemed to be not played at by the Knights defence. I'm fairly certain it was. And this is a great challenge. Look, Hastings clearly sticks the leg out there. And that's 6 more tackles. Broncos will have the ball back 10 metres out. Glorious captain's challenge there and there. Adam Reynolds proves his worth yet again. Geez, I'm regretting this call of going to be Newcastle. I mean, they're not going to... They mean the Broncos. The Broncos aren't going to lack this ability to finish off or ice a moment for the whole game. And they're just constantly down here. Ponga puts on a good tackle. Tackle 3. Reynolds runs across the defence. Links up with a straightening Ricky. And Ricky taken down a couple of metres out. Walters from dummy half goes on his own. That was not the option. White line fever there from Billy. It's the 5th and last. And white line fever now from Reece Walsh. And the Knights come down with the ball. Now it's called a knock on in the play the ball. Jeez, after all that effort that the Knights did to defend, they have just gifted the ball straight back and they will surely crack now. Surely. Let's have a look at this play the ball. Leo Thompson it is. Yeah, that's a shocker. That is a dead set shocker from Leo Thompson. Tyson Gamble looks like he suffered some sort of zombie skin-eating infection. Getting ready to come back onto the field. Broncos scrum, 10 out. And they've almost spilt it on play 1. The Big D bobbles it. But he manages to hold on. Pain in the Haas. Fended off a lot of tackles, but he was going cross-field. Tackle 2, a metre out from the line. Again, the Broncos. Reynolds. Out the back to Mam. Mam. 2. The number 4. It's the Big D. The Big D will score the first try. And Newcastle, they just had to crack. Big D scores, so that's a tick off our multi. For what it's worth. Because the multi has no chance of paying out. But after 23 minutes, the Knights finally crack. It had to happen. This has literally been all Bronco. Oh, they voided the bet! Okay. A sports bet update. They voided the bet. We're safe. I'll keep it on the screen anyway, just for a little bit of fun. But Sportsbet have officially voided the bet due to the injury early on in the piece to Bradman Best. So there we go. That was nice of them. Especially because I had... it was a bonus bet that I used in the first place. Adam Reynolds taking on the goal-kicking duties, I wouldn't have thought... Because he was out with a leg injury. Oh, no, he was not out with a leg injury, was he? He was out with a shoulder or something. Anyway, he put it over, no issues. I just thought if he had a leg injury, it makes no sense to give him the goal-kicking duties. But, no, it was bicep, yeah. Thank you, Robert. I'll tell you who does have a leg injury. Bradman Best. That's the big news here. Bradman Best out for the game. And that just shakes up everything. We saw what happened last week to the Knights when they didn't have proper starting centres. Now they have Gagai back this week. But I'm not sure Gagai on the back of Origin is going to have the confidence to really be an impact. So that has really affected my tip. If you had said to me Bradman Best was not playing in this game, I would not have tipped Newcastle. Bradman Best was playing. I have tipped Newcastle. He's off after 10 minutes. My tip is now on a knife's edge. Because ever since Bradman Best left the field, it's been all Bronco. I don't think Newcastle have touched the ball. And the meters they're chewing up here, 5th and last, they're up to the Knights 40. Well and truly on top here, the visitors. Reynolds puts it high, contestable kick. That is a great one. But moving forward to take it well is Marju, and the Knights finally have their hands on the pill. What can they do with it? Robert M., you've gone the Broncos. Why does that not surprise me? Although I would say I think Robert, based on previous seasons and this season as well, I think unlike a lot of us, you do have the capability to put aside the heart and tip with the head. This was it was a bit of a coin flip for me, this one, I thought. Even with Bradman Best out there, I thought this is going to go down to the wire. This could come down to one moment. Penalty now to the Broncos. The Knights slow to peel. Hey, I wonder how the rugby ended up. I had the rugby on earlier, and Georgia were 2 points behind the Wallabies. It was incredible. The Wallabies were 26, I think, and Georgia were 24, but then it looked like the Wallabies were starting to get on top. And they did end up winning 40-29. Geez, look, Georgia are no slouches, but I don't know that the Wallabies will be too happy with leaking in 4 tries. Especially considering how they went against Wales. But anyway. Reynolds inside to Payne in the Haas. Broncos back into Knights territory from that penalty. Carrigan goes on a good run. That's the 4th. 30 metres out. Reynolds. Dummies. Has to go to ground. 5th and last. That takes Reynolds' kick out of play. Walters goes from dummy half. Puts the grubber in for himself. It's going to go too deep. No! Ponga has to play at it. And that'll be a goal line dropout. It just holds up in the field of play. Kevy Walters will give that a 20 out of 10. Had to play it at their Ponga. No choice. 6 points to 0. The Broncos lead. 12 minutes to go. The Big D scored, Styler. Yes, indeed. Ponga goes short. Again, lost forward here by the Knights and offsides. That would be. But they'll take the knock on. Either way, the Broncos. More pressure incoming. This game swung on its head completely when Bradman Best left the field. Are Newcastle the new one-man team? Remember how Manly would be. Remember how Manly would be if Turbo was taken off the field. That's how it's been for Newcastle. As soon as Bradman Best left, it was all over. And now, Reece Walsh dummies from the scrum, goes over the line. He seems to think he's got it down, but that wouldn't surprise me either way, if he thought so. The Knights' defence did manage to get an arm in under. But I don't think they've done enough to hold him up. Vincent Spears, the hometown music. Ahoy, mate. Try confirmed. And ever since Bradman Best left the field, it's been all Brisbane. Oh, the origin was great. Very intense match. Reynolds from out wide to make it 12 points to 0. And though it's still early, I would have to say it'd be a very, very tough way back now for Newcastle, even if it is only 2 tries. Reynolds, this one's curling, but it straightens, and from the sideline, how valuable has it been to have Adam Reynolds back? The difference that he has made to this Broncos team just by his mere presence has been night and day. Incredible. Their season is not over, the Broncos. Not by any stretch. The Knights, on the other hand, I'd say that's it for the Knights if they carry on and go down in this one. Back underway. 9 minutes to go till the break. We'll see how it goes into halftime. The Broncos right on top here. I'll tell you what, you've got to give it to the bookies. The bookies are all over it, aren't they? More often than not. Like, I could not for the life of me understand how the Raiders last night were such short-priced favourites against the Warriors. They obviously knew, statistically, the Warriors have no goal kicker. And tonight, Adam Reynolds being back in the team, based on current form, there is no way the Broncos should have been so short-priced over the Knights, based on current form. But they knew something. They knew something was up. And they got it right again. Of course, just like the rest of us, they don't get it right all the time. But, geez, it'd be smart to follow the bookmakers' odds more often than not. Seven minutes 40 to go in this first half. I would say the Knights just need to hold on and get to half-time so they can regroup. Points for them of any nature would be a bonus, but it is imperative they keep the Broncos at 12. Whether they get 0 themselves, imperative here in this final 7 minutes that the Broncos get no more points. Otherwise, I'm saying it'll be over. And here go the Broncos. Another clean break. Support inside, but Ricky's going to go on his own. Now offloads to Staggs, who falls. Oh, they've butchered that, the Broncos. It's still on for him, though. 5th and last. 10 metres out. Slow play of the ball. Gaps everywhere in this Knights defensive line. Numbers out to the left. That's where they go. Although Ezra Mam steps back in field and goes on his own. Ezra loses the ball over the line. Jeez, this is looking very, very shaky for the Knights. Six and a half minutes to go. The Broncos. This is absolutely incredible. It took about 10 minutes, I would say, for Adam Reynolds to really just ease his way back into the game. But once he has, and Bradman Best leaving the field, I think coincidentally has just matched up with Adam Reynolds sparking to life. And what a different team the Broncos look. I'm completely understanding now, because having Reynolds on, as now Ezra Mam's come up with a few mistakes, but this is the most impact that Ezra's had in about 6 weeks. 5th and last, Knights get the kick in, and Corey Oates has it. 5.5 minutes left for the Knights to hang on. Remember, they must get to half-time with no further damage on the scoreboard. And if they can jag some points of their own, bonus. But momentum is just way too lopsided here with the Broncos. Five minutes to the break. Walters dummies, goes on his own. Waste of a tackle, fifth and last. Reynolds keeps it flat and low, looking for the corner. Oh, what a kick from Reynolds. What a kick. Finds touch inside the Knights' 10-metre line. This is incredible. Reynolds, yes, shaky start, like I said. Some loose passes. You kind of expect that. But geez, he's really fired up now. And what a difference he is making to this team. 4 minutes to go till halftime. Can the Knights hold on? Crucial that they do. Good run there from Pierce Paul, that might be. Or Frizzell. Ponga now into a little bit of space. Fends off the big D. Offloads to Marju. And it's not Marju, it's Gagai. No, it's not Gagai either. It must be then Mapapalangi. Kalen Ponga, though, nearly turns the tide here. But another simple mistake here for the Knights. 3.5 minutes to go in the first half, and there'll be more pressure at the end of this set. Scrum down on their own 40-metre line, the Broncos. Styler, I don't know. I would say that was a pretty good play. It should have been a take from Papalangi. I can't really fault Ponga in any instance in that play. Yeah, you could look at it and go, the pass could have been higher up, but an NRL level winger should be taking a ball at his knees. Reynolds feigns to kick. Keeps the passing through the back line, and Staggs steps back in field and is caught. 22 out on the fourth. Front football again here for the Broncos. A little clueless there, but Tapau gets the offload back to Walters. Walters to Walsh. Walsh pops it up for Mam, and Mam's taken down on the fifth and last. They're 10 metres out here, the Broncos. Walters goes short side to Walsh. Hits the chest of a flying Big D. And Big D goes over. And that will be the ball game, folks. She's over early, this one. And by God, insert Adam Reynolds into this team, and they look completely different. $16-0, the kick to come. And it's Adam Reynolds, so you would back him to put it over. Of course, the TV commentators are all over Reece Walsh's cock, and they're giving him credit for the fact that the Broncos are dominating. When anyone who's actually watching the game, it's pretty clear that it's the re-emergence of Adam Reynolds and his kicking game that has turned this game around for the Broncos. I shouldn't be surprised with TV commentators, though. Wolfie says, I hope Storm versus Roosters is close. I hope so too, Wolfie, because I was expecting this one to be close. I honestly wouldn't have even bothered with it. I would have done the rugby. My original plan was to do the rugby games today. All Blacks and Fiji, Australia versus Georgia. But I genuinely thought this would be a good game. Reynolds puts it right down the middle. 18-0. It's the Adam Reynolds show. And I can now understand that as soon as Adam Reynolds was named, the Broncos just lowered in price. 18 points to nil at halftime. Potentially, they're going to have another set here, the Broncos. They'll back themselves in here for more points. I'd back them in here for more points as well. "30 seconds left and a much-needed break for the Knights, who have just been absolutely smoked in this first half ever since Bradman Best left the field. They have barely touched the ball even, the Knights. I would love to see the stats for possession. As a matter of fact, let's have a look. The possession stats. As the halftime siren sounds, team stats, possession 60% in favour of the Broncos. Yeah, that's no surprise at all. 58% completion rate. So what little ball they've had, the Knights, they've done nothing with it. And all combined, Bradman Best leaving the field after 10 minutes. The return of that man, Adam Reynolds, for the Broncos, combined with 61% now to 39% possession advantage and a 58% completion rate only for the Knights, all combines to say that 18 points is probably not that bad, really. "18 points to nil at the halftime break. We will have a break ourselves. Unfortunately, this game's over, but we can look forward to the Storm versus the Roosters coming up later tonight. Hopefully, we get a good game out of that one. But we'll see. Anyways, they'll be back after this halftime break.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and tank pass last from the kickoff to the final whistle blow. We'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With the laugh and the cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll, from sideline jokes to post-match tales, all big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew, where the banter's always fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah.
All right, Wasted World of Sports, welcome back. A disappointing game, really, in terms of a contest. But Adam Reynolds is back, and apparently so too are the Broncos. What a different... Okay, now, let's say they are only playing Newcastle. So, let's get that straight. But what a different team the Broncos have looked with Adam Reynolds there steering the ship. The commentators are giving credit elsewhere for some reason. Well, other than the typical Fox Sports media agenda where a certain little princess can do no wrong. But this game, I'm sorry, this is all Adam Reynolds. This turnaround from the Broncos is 100% on the back of that man right there. Adam Reynolds has come on, controlled the flow, controlled field position. It is amazing what a difference one player can make. It's incredible. I mean, we've seen only just now have Manly gotten over being so reliant on Tommy Turbo. And I suppose in many ways they've had to be, haven't they? Because Tommy keeps getting injured. But I never knew before this season just how reliant the Broncos were on Adam Reynolds. In this game, I mean, it's only been 1 week. That's what I find fascinating. It's night and day with the two performances. The Broncos from the previous few weeks even. But I'm just using last week as an example. But the Broncos of last week and the Broncos of this week, it's like watching two completely teams. I mean, such is the impact that Adam Reynolds has had. But yes, fingers crossed. This game, unfortunately, over by halftime. Hoping for a better game. The next one coming up, Storm and Roosters. Look, I've gone for the Storm purely because it's in Melbourne. Purely. I can't help but notice that all the bookies' favourites are winning at the moment, though, this week. The Raiders were incredibly short-priced favourites for some reason. They managed to jag a win. I couldn't believe that the Broncos were so low-priced favourites in this one just because Adam Reynolds has come back. But Adam Reynolds has now shown me why they were such short-priced favourites. The Roosters are actually really, really short-priced. $1.69 the Roosters are paying for the win. Storm $2.18. So, I don't know, maybe the smart move is to switch and tip the Roosters, but I don't know. I've just got a feeling Jerome Hughes is probably outside of Nathan Cleary when Nathan Cleary's fit, the standout half in the competition at the moment. I've got to say, I'm going to stick with Storm at home, I think, in a close one. But then my tips have been terrible so far this week. Jasper Tenney, ahoy there, mate. Sharky Boy says, up the Storm. I just hope for a good game. Close game. Nice close game. I honestly thought that this one would be better. Broncos versus Knights, the Broncos winning doesn't necessarily surprise me. I just thought it would be close. But the Knights have just not fired a shot since Bradman Best went off injured. It was 0-0. I'm fairly certain it was 0-0 when Bradman Best went off injured. Since the Knights lost Bradman Best, they barely touched the ball. They completed their sets of 6 at 58%. 58% is shocking completion rate at any level of the sport. It's amazing just the mental impact that must have had on the team, seeing Bradman Best limp off the field. Since that moment, 18-0 Broncos. All one-way traffic. But yes, hoping for a much better game. The next one. The Storm Roosters in Melbourne. Looking forward to it. I've got same game multi on that one. I've gone Jerome Hughes and Ryan Pappenhausen, anytime try scorers. And I've gone Dominic Young, James Tedesco, anytime try scorers. Teams back out for the second half here in this one for what it's worth. The second 40 minutes of the Adam Reynolds show about to commence. Yikes! Sorry, nearly overflowed my drink there. That would have been an awkward start to the second half. Broncos with first use of it as well from the restart. They had all the momentum in the first 40, and now they get to start the second half in possession as well. Needless to say, if they're going to be any chance in this game, which they're already not, in my opinion, the Knights will need to be the first team to score. That, I'm sure, completely goes without saying. Solid opening set here for the Broncos. Back to the Newcastle 40. They have consistently made that kind of meters in their sets of 6. Reynolds puts it high. Contestable kick. Lost forward by the Broncos. And a let off here for the Knights as Ponga goes back to claim it. I'm sure that they would rather have the ball 15 or so meters upfield. Oh, Ponga should have just let that go. But I suppose it's not worth the risk. You never know what the referees are going to decide these days, right? So dive on the loose ball. Don't take any chances. But they did just cost themselves 15 or so meters on this set of 6, the Knights. Tackle 4. Hastings, dummies. Nobody falls for it, and he's taken 5th and last, 40 metres out from their own line. The difference between the two teams at the moment. From inside the 40, Gamble gets a good angle on it. Does it go towards the sideline? No, it straightens and bounces infield. Now Walsh has got it to the back for the Broncos. Then it's lost by the Big D. It's been knocked on by the Big D. Reece Walsh putting an unnecessary pass across. Should have been taken nonetheless. He didn't need to give this, but it should absolutely have been taken by the Big D. And here is a chance now. That is the sort of moment that can swing a contest. And Reece Walsh has just gifted the Knights field position here. Here go the Knights. Can they break this defence apart? Ollie is the best. Ahoy there, mate. And ahoy to Caleb. Ten metres out here. Knights ball. Told to go back and play it on tackle 1. Tyson Gamble plays it. Here's Hastings. Saifidi. Oh, did he lose the ball there, Saifidi? Manages to hold on. In front of the post, 10 metres out. Knights. Hastings, flat pass there to Pierce Paul. And they get a 6 again for inside the 10. Croker takes tackle 2. A metre out in front of the post. Must score here, the Knights. Hastings, inside it goes to Frizzell, who straightens. Gets the offload back. And Hetherington plays it on tackle 3. Still a metre short. Out the back they go to Hastings. Hastings steps around. Beats 1. Hastings fights his way to the line. He's over the line, Hastings, but just short as they drive him back into the field of play. Ponga puts the step on. Fancy footwork. Beats Walsh. Runs back towards midfield. Happy to lose some metres here. Gagai now. Tries to get on the outside of the Big D. Beats him. Steps back in field. Beats Ezra Mam. Gagai still dancing. But not making a lot of metres. Back to Ponga. And that is... Oh, he's lost it, Ponga. Oh, they get a high shot. Penalty to the Knights. 6 more tackles. They've got a score here, the Knights. Croker takes the first hit up. Hastings holds the pass up for Gagai. Well read, though, by Reynolds and Staggs. Staying on the short side. Ponga steps back open, passes back to Hastings. Croker, again, just settles things down in midfield. Play 3. Hastings inside ball. Gamble, still going Gamble. Beats 1. Now he's wrapped up and driven backwards. Adam Reynolds in there again. 10 out from the line. A couple of plays left. Ponga throws a huge cutout pass that's been lost forward by the Knights. No play on, says the referee. Waste of a tackle, though, and that's the 5th and last. And they're not really challenging the Broncos' defensive line here. Ponga now puts the little chip in over the top. Walsh lets it bounce. Walsh lets it bounce. And it goes dead. tapped dead by the Broncos for a goal line dropout. Yeah, the Red Knight, I mentioned it once when he dropped the ball in the first half. Broncos ball. Willison. Absolutely ace. Can't wait for that game. This one's been pretty dull. But hoping for a good game. Storm Roosters. What a let-off there. The Knights, their first real set of 6 inside the Broncos' 10-metre line. And they completely let them off the hook. As Walters now finds some space around the markers. Tackle 4. Broncos could put this game to bed here. Quick, play the ball. Mam in at first receiver. Still going Ezra Mam. A metre short, 5th and last. Broncos to put this game to bed. I mean, I personally think it's already over, but another try would certainly do it. Oh, Reece Walsh spills it. Reece Walsh loses the ball cold, and the Knights are off the hook. $18 to 0 it remains. Well, a couple of things are going on here. The Knights were gifted an opportunity down the other end. They didn't really fire a shot. And the Broncos, an opportunity there to ice this contest. And now they've given away a penalty. That just doubles down the Reece Walsh mistake, and now a penalty. And the Knights are going to go back down the other end of the field. And this game is just starting to shift a little bit, although that kick to touch was disgraceful. He's made all of 3 metres off the touch finder, which was kind of pointless. They may as well just tap and go at that point. And they're 30 metres out from their own line here, the Knights. Long way to go upfield to try and turn this contest around. Gamble holds it up for Ponga. Numbers here to the right for the Knights, but Gagai spills it and leaves it behind. And now the Broncos in space. Mariner takes it within 20. Front foot ball. Numbers everywhere out to the right. But Walsh goes for the Hail Mary pass. Arthurs takes it. They needed to go through the hands there and they would have scored easy. But Walsh, as he does, blew his load a little early and tried for the miracle ball. $18 to 0. Broncos back on the attack. Inside the 10, Willison will play it. Just to the right of the post. Here's Reynolds at first receiver. Out the back to Walsh. Pops the pass up for Piacora. And if it wasn't already over, it is now. Piacora scores under the post. 22 to 0, the kick to come, and Adam Reynolds has made all the difference. Adam Reynolds back in the team, and suddenly the Broncos' finals push is well and truly on. They are not done for the year. Incredible. $22 to 0. And I'll tell you what else this game does. This game puts my position on top of the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest under immense threat from Bryce and Rod Eels, who are chasing me down in positions 2 and 3. Well, the Broncos would have scored 3 plays earlier if Reece Walsh knew what patience meant. But they get the try in the end anyway, and Reynolds converts from right in front. 24 points to nil. Do I reckon Sua Falongo will play for the Storm today? I would be assuming, since Pappy's fit, that he's been named on the bench at least. Hang on, let me have a look at the team lineups. I would be gathering that he's just been too good. Sua Falongo in Pappenhausen's absence. Yes, he is the number 14, so he will definitely be interjected into the game at some point. Who he comes on for, I suppose Craig Bellamy will make that decision based on how the game's going at the time. But yeah, so he's the number 14, so he could be interjected absolutely anywhere. If Pappenhausen, for whatever reason, has to go off early, Falongo just slots straight in at fullback. I would say Grant Anderson. Grant Anderson might shift to the middle and give one of the props or second rowers a rest, and Falongo comes on to the wing. I don't know. I don't coach the Storm, so I've got no idea what Craig Bellamy might be thinking, but he's got options there. A lot of options for the Storm. Newcastle back in possession. "30 metres out from their own line. They've only really looked like having an opportunity to score the once tonight, the Knights, and they blew it. And they've struggled largely outside of that to get into the Broncos' red zone. And just very slow, clueless play here. Touched by the Broncos. So they get a 6 again. Here's Gagai. Gagai wrapped up and worked over on the ground there by Ezra Mam. Jeez. Ezra Mam was going at Gagai there like he was a bunch of... never mind. Through the hands now, Hastings to Ponga. Gamble into some space. They still can't break through this defense. That's where Bradman Best would have been very effective for the Knights. Hastings takes tackle 4. 20 metres out. Staying on the short side. Ponga. Cut out ball. Dylan Lucas is brought down. 5th and last. Ponga from dummy half. Puts the grubber kick through. It's been touched by Walters. It's been lost by Ezra Mam. And it dribbles over the dead ball line. It'll be a dropout. Hastings is claiming the try here. Hastings thinks he might have scored. Well, I think Hastings is telling Porky Pies what I think. Hastings could not possibly have scored this. Anyway, it's off the hands of Billy Walters. Sits up in the end goal. Ezra Mam runs across, and rather than just grounding the ball, Ezra tries to pick it up and play on. And he loses it. Hastings hasn't even touched the ball. I don't know why he has asked for this to be reviewed. Hastings has not touched anything. I told you he was telling porkies. Goal line dropout anyway for the Broncos. 27 minutes to go. The Knights, can they break through this defensive wall? Or at the very least fire a shot? They haven't even fired a shot, really. Broncos go deepish with the restart. Now they've got numbers to the left. Ponga straightens, fends off Staggs, goes on his own. Ponga not utilising his support runners outside. 12 metres out the Knights, but some front foot ball at last. Crossland, flat pass to Saifidi. That's the third in midfield. 12 out from the line. Crossland Runs it to the line. Holds the pass up perfectly for Hetherington. And Hetherington beats the defence and scores at last for the Knights. Finally, they have cracked this defensive line apart. And they're on the board. 24 points to 4. Let's see who's Hetherington beaten there. Katoni Stags. No. Piakura. Ezra Mam racing up. Does not read the play at all. And that left a big gap for Hetherington. And too much work to do for Piakura. 24 points to 4. The kick to come. 25 minutes to go. Hetherington. Jeez, I did not have Hetherington anywhere near my try scorers multi. Oh, Hastings has missed it. Hastings has missed it. From 5 metres to the right of the post. 10 metres out. Hastings has missed it. Lyrics, ahoy mate. I cannot believe the state of the goal kicking this weekend. We saw Tavita Harris give him a Queensland, give him a Warriors jersey, is what I'm thinking. His attempted goal there would fit right in at the Warriors this weekend. Jasper Tenney says, yes, go Bronx. Knights with the ball from the kickoff and some points on the board. Walking Dead time, ahoy there. Harris cost me over 40 points in your multi. Oh, that must have been painful. Well, Harris cost me my tip because I went for the Warriors. Well, potentially. It was still going to go to Golden. Well, he did, didn't he? Because it wasn't the only one that he missed. He missed a few. The Warriors actually scored more tries than the Raiders and lost. Can you believe that? It's completely unacceptable to score more tries than your opposition and still lose. Completely unacceptable. Penalty here to the Knights. They put it into touch up on halfway. Back into Broncos territory. Hetherington, the try scorer. There he is with another hit up. Brayley goes from dummy half. Links up with Saifidi. 30 metres out from the Broncos line. Another try here would make it interesting. Hastings puts almost into a gap there. Dylan Lucas. Well tackled by Stags in the end. Crossland now bobbling the ball is Gamble, who puts the kick in over the top. Looking for Mapapalangi, who loses the ball with the try line wide open. Mapapalangi just had to take that ball and fall backwards over the side, over the try line. And they would have been in again, the Knights. So close. Newcastle leave another one out there. Broncos scrum 10 out from their own line. And a penalty on play 1. Oh no. Not only have they just butchered a try, but they've now given away a penalty on play 1. Just to double down on the mistake. How often do you see it though? Walsh puts this kick over the top, tries to chew off way too many meters with the touch finder, and it sits up for Ponga at the back. And that is a gift for the Knights. Thank you, Reece Walsh, for yet another mistake. But don't you worry, Reece. The TV commentators, I've got no doubts, are still right in your ball sack. Down the short side go the Knights. Crossland takes it up to halfway. Tackle 3 for the Knights. Hastings, flat pass there on halfway. Jeez. If not slightly forward, they get away with it, the Knights. Crossland again in at first receiver a lot. Gagai, the pass is read by Corey Oates. Veteran on veteran. Fifth and last, Gamble puts it high. Walsh puts the Billy Slater kick out and comes down with the ball. Did a no, that wasn't even a Billy Slater kick, that one. That was more like a standing drop kick. That would have looked very good in the WWE ring. Game of Mel, ahoy. How are you feeling, Game of Mel, about tonight? Excited or nervous? "20 minutes to go in this game. Broncos up over halfway. Here's Reynolds. Holds the pass up for Walsh. Walsh tries to put the fend on. He's now manhandled out there by Dylan Lucas. Fifth and last. Reynolds high down the middle of the field. Seb Watson says, commentary said the breeze is strong. That's why he missed touch. Did they really? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. He can't do anything wrong under his own doing. It's always some mitigating factor. So that wouldn't surprise me at all. See, the problem that the TV commentator, not the TV commentators, but the media that they work for is ultimately where this decision comes from. But the problem, yeah, I'm sure that there probably is, but you've got to, if you're good enough, you compensate for that, don't you? So it's not the strong winds is the reason he missed touch. His shit is the reason he missed touch, but everyone's just too afraid to say it. Well, not everyone, clearly, because me. GG says, you reckon Roosters would win because of Storm injuries? The Storm have still got an incredibly solid team. Injuries or not. I mean, both teams are very strong. Flip a coin tonight, honestly. Flip a coin. Golden point. Duolingo, ahoy there. Fifth and last here for the Broncos. Walsh kicks it high, puts it out on the full. I'm guessing that was because of the wind, though. 18 and a half minutes to go. The Knights not capable at the moment, though, of punishing these mistakes. $18.5 minutes remain. Knights ball on halfway. Hastings to Ponga. Ponga gives it a little early there to Lucas, and the Broncos defense slides across. 6 again. Sayafidi. $12 meters out from the line here on tackle 2. Knights. Sayafidi offloads to nobody. It sits up at the back for Hastings, though, who throws it into touch. And that sums up the Knights' day, really. It was there for them, the Knights. A chance to hit back. DJ Shaq, ahoy there, mate. A couple of things happened in the rugby today. First and foremost, absolutely nailed my multi in the All Blacks game. And, straight through goes the Big D. We'll come back to that conversation. Support in field from Ezra Mam. And Ezra Mam races away to get himself on the try scorer sheet. It's another tick off the multi that doesn't exist anymore because it got voided with the early injury to Bradman Best. But both my Broncos try scorers there got up. GG. Flip of a coin, mate. Honestly. Storm, Roosters. Flip a coin. My coin flip, though, has been dictated by the fact that it's in Melbourne. Storm by 2. Oh, is that right, DJ Shack? Okay, that explains a lot. Because I was wondering why Georgia was so close. Like, it was 26-24 or 24-22. I think 26-24 it was at one point. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what is going on here? I know that... no, the whole bet's been void. James, the entire multi. Yeah, it was 26-24 at one point. Before the Wallabies, I guess they adjusted. or he's a Roosters fan. Could be a Roosters fan as well. Yeah, look, here's the thing. I'm not saying it's a given. I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying it's a given that Melbourne will win. I'm just leaning towards Melbourne because it's in Melbourne. That's the only reason. Outside of that, I can't split the two teams. Yes, if Cameron Munster and Xavier Coates were playing, I'd probably be more confident of a Melbourne win. But I think as it stands... Oh, God! I've still got to do my tax. Oh, man. I hate tax time. Anyway, this one here, 14 minutes to go. But as I said, it was over at halftime, this match, as a contest. At halftime, it was over as soon as Bradman Best went off, basically. From that moment, the game was completely swung on its head. And it was all Broncos. It was over at halftime. It was just became a matter of by how many. And there's still plenty of time out there for points to be scored for the Broncos. It is the Knights in possession, though. Crossland pops a flat pass up to Saifidi Daniel, who pops it back, but he was held. Go back and play the ball, says the referee. 5th and last. Gamble puts the grubber kick in. It's going to sit up for a try for Matt Croker. $30 points to 8. Kick to come. 13 minutes remaining. The Knights, though, at least they're putting up some degree of fight. Yeah, GG. I just feel like I just very respectfully feel like you're understating the Storm replacements. Now, obviously, Cameron Munster and Xavier Coates are representative superstars. They're big outs from the team, no question at all. But Grant Anderson has proven to be no slouch, and if Grant Anderson's not shaping up early, you've got Sua Falongo on the bench ready to come on at any moment for the Storm. And Falongo has proven to be what a discovery he has been. Jerome Hughes is the form halfback of the competition. And Tyron Wishart, if Tyron Wishart's playing in any other squad, except for maybe the Panthers, he's the starting number 6. So, yeah, well, I mean, let's not forget that Big Jared's out as well. Josh King comes in. Sean Blaw's no slouch. I would say the interchange is probably where the Roosters have a very clear edge. I'm just looking at the teams here, and okay, Lindsay Collins, Sandon Smith, Spencer Leniu, Nat Butcher. It'll be a big test during that impact period because the Storm just don't have the same level of impact off the bench. I still think it's a toss of the coin. It'll be close. It'll be very, very close. Gamble puts the kick across, and Corey Oates takes it. 11 minutes to go. Oh, man. This has probably been the most dull game of the round so far. Because at least the Rabbitohs Tigers was interesting for about 65 minutes. Poor old Tigers just didn't have the legs to go with them all the way. Broncos have it with 10 minutes to go. Jeez, this game is just not passing by, is it? Reynolds puts the kick in. And taken by Marju at the back. There we go. We finally get to say Greg Marzu in commentary. Yes, both teams made 10 points. Ponga now to Gagai. Gagai has just been swarmed tonight by Corey Oates. Oates has been all over him. Ponga now almost gets through Mam. Fifth and last. Gamble puts it high. Everybody lets it bounce. And it goes over the side. Oh, it's still play on here. On the fifth and last. No. Handover, says the referee. Nine minutes to go. Oh, captain's challenge here from the Knights. They were deemed to have taken it into touch. Oh, DJ Shack, the Knights were done once Bradman Best went off injured so early. They were done. I wouldn't have thought, in all honesty, I would not have ever thought that Bradman Best had that sort of psychological impact on the Knights team. I know he is obviously a very good player. He's obviously a very, very solid, decent player. But I wouldn't have thought that the Knights relied upon him. But as soon as he went off the field, it was a completely different side thereafter. And also, after Bradman Best went off, Adam Reynolds started to click into gear after a shaky start, which you would expect a shaky start coming back from that much time off. Those two moments coincided with each other to turn this into a no contest. Yeah, I've been very disappointed with the competitiveness or lack thereof of this game. Gamble puts the kick high. They get to replay this fifth and last, and it falls for the Broncos. Arthurs has it at the back. Are we going to do the Bulldogs-Cowboys game? Not sure. Now, I'm not certain. State of Origin week always makes things very, very difficult for me in terms of, well, not difficult, but it always makes things very, very shaky as to what I do and don't do, because there's just something about the Wednesday night and how hard we go on those Wednesday nights that Origin's on, that it just completely shakes things up a little bit in terms of scheduling. Oh, the Bulldogs are a fully fit Bulldogs team, DJ Shack. A fully fit Bulldogs team. They will certainly shake up the competition a little bit. Seven and a half minutes remaining in this one. A penalty to the Knights. Gamble with the touch finder, 35 out from their own line. Not entirely sure what that penalty was for. I wouldn't have necessarily said it was a lifting tackle. But you've just got to be so careful, don't you? Hastings out the back to Gamble again, takes it to the line, pops it up to Gagai. Gagai has had a shocker tonight to back up his shocker in Origin. Flat pass there in midfield, surely forward, offloading back. Hastings has it, popping the pass up to Pierce Paul, who gets the arms free and then can't offload. Plays it on tackle 4. Ponga goes down the short side, throws it forward. Play on. And now touched by the Broncos for 6 more tackles. Six minutes remaining. Ten meters out from the line. Somebody's lost a boot. Random boot there at the 10-meter line. Flat pass for Crossland, who fires it back. They're just throwing it around everywhere here. The Knights have got numbers to the left. Dylan Lucas is wrapped up in the 2-man tackle. Couldn't get the arms free. And now down the short side. Marju will score. Marju will score. And the Knights are over in the corner. Scott Hayes, ahoy there, mate. Triple M only covered to half time. Is that right? Oh, I think it's got something to do with... it's potentially got something to do... KO Sports have been doing this huge promotion that that they've got exclusive rights to the next 3 Broncos games. They've been making a huge deal out of it. So maybe it had something to do with licensing, which of course doesn't apply to people like us here on YouTube, does it? Or am I going to receive a letter in the mail this week? 30 points to 14. 4.5 minutes remain. Broncos get us restarted. Kalen Ponga missed the conversion from the sideline, by the way. Yeah, Wolfie, in all honesty, if Bradman Best doesn't go off injured inside the first 10 minutes, this game, I think, has a completely different look to it. I mean, the multi is certainly would have been on. It ruined the game. It really did. It destroyed the game as a contest. Once Bradman Best left, it was all Bronco. And they've gone to sleep now, the Broncos, in fairness. As soon as they hit 30 points to 10, they completely went to sleep. And you can't blame them for that. The game was well and truly won by that point. So some consolation points here for the Knights. Gamble on the 5th and last in midfield. Puts it high, taken by Arthurs. So I don't think it was a bad-looking multi, in all honesty. Had Bradman Best stayed on the field, we would have been on, well and truly. Three minutes to go. And then we've got the blockbuster. Well, fingers crossed, the blockbuster of the round. Melbourne Storm versus the Sydney Roosters. Flip a coin, pick a winner. I really do think it will be that close. Flip of a coin. I'm leaning towards the Storm just because it's in Melbourne. That is legitimately the only reason. Broncos with another set restart here. Just a couple of meters out from the line. They've woken up again, I think. Haas in at first receiver. To Reynolds, out the back to Walsh. Obstruction surely there from Carrigan. And Walsh is now more interested in fighting. I don't know what exactly he's upset about. He just got folded in half in a good tackle. Tackle 3 is Reynolds out the back to Payne and the Haas. Pops it up for Jensen. Jensen brought down in a two-man tackle. To the left of the post on 4th. Inside the 10 still. Change of direction for Ezra Mam. And again. Still going as Mam. Dancing around but making no meters. 5th and last. To Reynolds in midfield. Puts the grubber kick in. It's trapped by Crossland. And the Knights come down with it. Inside the first 10 minutes, mate. He came into Origin, of course, with a niggle. He was fighting for fitness. Something, whether it was his hammy or his calf or something in his leg was troubling him, and it was questionable whether he'd be playing Origin even. Well, thankfully, he got through Origin on Wednesday night, but he's come out onto the field, and inside the first 10 minutes, whatever that niggling injury was with his leg was cooked. and he had to leave the field. And from then on, it was all Broncos. I mean, you wouldn't have thought that. And this is what I was talking about before as well, when the Knights just fell apart after that, and the Broncos, it was all Broncos. I wouldn't have thought the Knights were a one-man Bradman best team. I wouldn't have thought that his impact would be this. 30 points to 14. 6 again here for the Knights. Some consolation points inbound, it looks like, with 14 seconds to go. Although it's been tapped down by Carrigan and stolen for the Broncos. And that will be full time. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought Bradman Best was like... Although Bradman Best wasn't playing last week, right? And they got spanked by Manly, so... Maybe I was understating Bradman Best's absence last week. But the reality is, as soon as he left the field, it was over. They just, for whatever reason, completely fell apart on attack. Whether it was just this subconscious thing of where do we now target our attack? Because one of our biggest weapons out on the edges is gone. I mean, all this sort of stuff plays with your mind when you're out there. And it doesn't matter what level you're playing at. But all this stuff weighs on your mind. And it could have just been this psychological thing of, all right, where do we direct our attack now? Bradman's gone. And it all fell apart from that moment on. It also did just happen to coincide with a shaky opening 10 minutes for Adam Reynolds, but after that opening 10 minutes, and he got all the little kinks out of the system, he was flawless from that point on. It was the Adam Reynolds show in that first half, basically. The TV commentators and all the media, I've no doubt will credit Reece Walsh for it, but I'm telling you, because I'll be honest, I don't have an agenda. It was the Adam Reynolds show in that opening 40. But yeah, poor Bradman Best. But hey, I very selfishly say at least he got through Wednesday night unscathed. Because, wow, how different could Wednesday night have looked if Bradman Best leaves the field of play 10 minutes into Origin? Wednesday night would have been very, very, very different. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Not a whole lot to talk about in this one. It was one-way traffic after Bradman Best left the field injured. So once that happened, there was only ever going to be one result. Unfortunately, you get your tip back, but you can't get your... you get your bet money back, but unfortunately you can't get your tip back. I would not have tipped the Knights tonight if Bradman wasn't playing. If they had have just not named him at all, I would have gone for the Broncos, but they named him. He left the field after the opening 10 minutes, and it was all over from then on. I wish there was the same sort of generosity given to your tips as there is to your sports betting. All right, I will set up all the screens and everything for the next game. The main event, not just the main event of tonight, but the main event of the weekend. Storm versus Roosters. This is going to be an absolute cracker. I mean, fingers crossed anyway, after the snooze fest that we just spent 80 minutes of our life watching. Hopefully, a good game. Fingers crossed. I'll set it up and be right back.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. Scrums and tries, they're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and tank pants last. From the kickoff to the final whistles blow, we'll take the two and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With a laugh and a cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll, from sideline jokes to post-match tales, all big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the choice. Join us in our world, where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. So come along and join our sporty crew. is fresh and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to our cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah.
All right, go away, Adam Reynolds. You've done enough damage tonight. Thank you, sir. Wasted World of Sports, welcome back. The Storm versus the Roosters, the main event of the evening, getting ready to commence. But before we get underway, I do have to have a very special shout out to the Wasted World of Sports All-Stars. Thank you to each and every one of you. Honestly, I know that I'm supposed to go through and name everybody individually, but look at the size of the squad now. Well, we've got time, I guess. I can fly through it. Bobsy, the James, DJ Shaq, Kelly Davis, Richard J, Gamer Mel, Robert M, the Knee Crumbler, Dustin Fisher, Rod, J Joe, Dan Jam, Defunk, Hooja Caddy, SS Storm Fan, Casper Guri, DJ Schmoovy, Quentin Paul, Mr. Ez Dead, TT, David Takuna, Lyrics, DJ Justo, Bear Flavel, and Just Another Human. Alright, that didn't take anywhere near as long as I thought. It was just a very daunting prospect now, looking at the size of the Wasted World of Sports All-Star squad. I actually got through that pretty quickly, didn't I? Ready to get underway in this one, the main event of the evening. Flip a coin, seriously. Flip a coin on this one. Melbourne in Melbourne, always very difficult to beat. It doesn't matter what injuries they have. It doesn't matter the players that are in, out, whatever. Craig Bellamy gets the best out of the players that he's got available from week to week, and they've proved it by the fact that they've been without Cameron Munster for most of the year. They've been without Pappenhausen for various points, without Xavier Coates on at least one occasion prior to this one. Storm have lost one game at home, says Vopsy. There you go. That was to the Sharks, right? And here come the Roosters. The Roosters are a very solid team. They are still my pick to join the Panthers in the grand final. I'm not going to lie. This is still, as it stands right now, with the way that the table's falling, this is still my pick for Penrith's grand final opponents in 2024. As it stands right now. But after tonight, look, if they lose tonight, and everything else goes the way that we anticipate, which it won't, let's be honest, it's not going to. So much can happen between now and the end of the season, yeah? Why are you not on the All-Stars pitch? Because you haven't taken out a membership, UFC. This is for members. If I had an all-star squad based on not members, but just what am I trying to say here? I don't know what I'm trying to say. Anyway, if there was just a general all-star squad of relentless supporters, long-time subscribers, naturally you'd be on there. But the whole thing was solely created for channel members. As the Storm come out onto the field. Hey, UFC's been pretty bang on with his tips so far this weekend. I say this weekend like it's the only time. But I suppose I am in a pretty good position to take the piss, you know, up there on top of the table. And Pappenhausen, anytime try scorer tonight. Oh yeah, my multi. Pappenhausen, the form halfback of the competition. Jerome Hughes, anytime tries. Dominic Young and Teddy Tedesco, anytime try scorers. What a game this should be. Sam Walker's got a very, very fully developed beard now. He looks like a man now, is what I'm saying. Underway we go. Oh, God, I'm excited. I hope everybody else is as well. Storm, Roosters, big defense from the Storm. This has got finals feel about it. Yeah, this is finals footy written all over it, this one. Game ML says, let's go. UFC Roosters 1-12. I wouldn't be surprised, UFC. Legitimate coin cost, this one. Big defense. This is finals intensity. Love to see it. Fifth and last now. Walker gets the kick away. Sam Walker, man of the match. Pappenhausen takes it on the full. All right, Vopsy's prediction. Sam Walker, man of the match. 3 try assists and a try. Spencer Leniu is starting from the bench. DJ, but yes, he is playing. Just starting from the bench. Karma Chameleon up over halfway. Standing in a 3-man tackle. He's a big unit. Down the short side, Liero. Fifth and last here for the Storm. Good meters made. Hughes puts it high. Very high. Very contestable. Pressure on Teddy. Teddy does well. And notice how Teddy doesn't swing his feet out. WWE dropkick style. That is a very big noticeable difference from the game prior. Both teams getting through their opening sets. Here's Swalihi doing the hard yards. Cheese to Kiri. Space down this short side, but going back infield is Crichton. And Terrell May starting this game rather than impact off the bench. Fifth and last, the kick goes down, taken by Warbrick. And Warbrick lines them up and says, I'll have a go. Melbourne ball, 15 out from their own line. This is a great preview to finals footy. I'm so looking forward to the finals this year. Scoop up and Sean Bloor goes straight through. Where's support? Pappenhausen's in field, but he runs away from him. The great big goof. Oh, Pappenhausen was screaming for it on the outside, and now Melbourne spill it. Wishart, one out. Oh, but they should have scored the play before. Sean Bloor has got Pappenhausen lurking up outside in support, but he runs back in field. He runs away from him. Well, they've butchered that, the Storm. What a let-off that is for the Roosters. Frank, ahoy there, mate. This is definitely match of the round. Big defense from Karma Chameleon. Up in the face of Angus Crichton. They drive him backwards, or at least they try to. Angus Crichton stands his ground in the face of that aggressive defense. Fabulous run by Sean Bloor, but I'm still perplexed that he ran away from his support. Kick downfield, range him back here. Pappenhausen takes it on the full. Oh, Frank, this is anybody's game. This is a true coin flip. I was so torn. There has not been a game all year long I've been more indecisive about when it came to lodging my tip. Imagine a preliminary final with these two teams playing for the right to take on the Panthers in the grand final. And straight through, now goes Nick Meaney. Where's his support? Well defended, the scrambling from the Roosters, but the Storm have opened them up now a couple of times with line breaks. Fifth and last, Hughes. Crossfield kick, puts it high. Dominic Young's back there, can't get a hand on the ball. It sits up at the back and goes over the dead ball line. Frantic start to this match. Two line breaks early for the Storm. I've ended up going for Melbourne just based on the fact it's in Melbourne. Game of Mel. I don't think Penrith, honestly, the Panthers' aim will be to qualify in the top four. They, in my opinion, I should say, because I'm not part of the inner sanctum, I've got no idea, really. I just think, in my opinion, they don't care at all about the minor premiership. The target for them is finish in the top four, because they've proven that they're in the top four. They can win the comp. Doesn't matter if they're playing home finals, away finals. They just need a top four finish to be a massive, massive threat. And Yeah, I don't think they're necessarily aiming for the minor premiership. Loose ball here from the Roosters, and diving on it is Eli Katoa. He didn't even try. You are correct, DJ Shaq, but my problem was he didn't even try. Sean Bloor just cut straight back in field. Never once after he made that line break did he have eyes on the outside. I think if he even looks after he makes the line break, he sees Pappy out there, he makes some sort of effort to get there. As Howarth now spills the ball forward as he tries to get the arms free. Oh, we've got a big issue here. We've got a big issue here for Victor the Inflictor. Victor Radley is down. Oh, did he cop a shot to the nuts? He did! Oh, he's copped the boots to the nutsack. That's going to leave a mark. Oh, poor Victor. Accidental boot right into the balls. Yeah, that's painful. I think every male in the chat room knows what that feels like. Roosters ball, up over halfway. Teddy, out the back now to Tupanua. And Dominic Young, well numbered up in defence though, the Storm. Fifth and last. Roosters ball, 30 out from the line. 9 minutes gone, and this is already the best game of the weekend. Spilling it backwards there, Warbrick, but Pappenhausen's there to secure the pieces and gets the offload back to Warbrick, who in turn offloads to Wishart. Wishart dummies. And Sam Walker not falling for that one. But yeah, 9 minutes in, and this is already better than the last game. Way more enjoyable to cover. Big defense from the Roosters now. Sensing an opportunity to just gain some ascendancy. Harry Grant backing up from origin duties. Fifth and last, on halfway, Hughes puts it high. That is a towering kick, but Tupou takes it under no pressure at the back. And it's Roosters ball. Good kick return there from Tupou as well. Swalihi puts the step on Josh King. Can't break the line though. Over halfway, here's Walker. Takiri out the back of shape as Tedesco holds the pass up for Swelly here, who cuts back in field. Almost opens up for him. 20 metres out here, the Roosters. This is their best opportunity. Kiri to Walker. Inside goes May. May sets it up, fifth and last. 5 metres out. Cheese. Dummies. Holds the pass up. Throws it. Tapped on by Walker to Swalihi. And out wide to Tupou, who puts the kick in. Not played at by the Storm. And that will be a handover. 5 out from their own line. A bit scrappy there from the Roosters. Nil all. 9 minutes 15 gone. This game is well and truly shaping up just how we anticipated it so far. James says, Bungholio says whoever wins the forward battle wins the game. Yes, indeed. Of course, the famous Joey Johns quote The forwards win the match. The backs dictate by how much. As Melbourne push the pass. And it's been knocked on by the Roosters. It'll be a scrum down. Melbourne. It's all right, UFC. I don't think there's necessarily such a thing as state the obvious. You get all kinds, and what I mean by that, when I say you get all kinds in the streams, different levels of understanding of the game. We get a lot of newbies as well, of course. Our frequent American friends who we have converted into NRL fans that don't necessarily know such statements. This is what I say to Michelle all the time when she joins me on streams and I say something and she just kind of gives me that sideways eye roll of, he's on about this again. It's like it's for the benefit of people who might not join us all the time. Sean Bloor, dummies, holds the pass up for Howarth. Howarth this time steps back in field and slides across the line. They don't screw this one up, the Melbourne Storm. They get there. A try for Howarth. But put that down to Sean Bloor. This time he summed it up to perfection as he makes the line break. I feel like he potentially left one out there last time, Bloor, but this time a 3-on-1 sums it up to perfection. Howarth probably could have given the pass as well. But they get there in the end. Beautifully done there by Bloor. Howarth takes on Tedesco. And luckily for him, he beats him in the one-on-one. Anderson screaming for it. Anderson cannot believe that he did not get that ball, but Howarth, at the end of the day, gets the try, and boy did he need to, because he would have got a bollocking at half-time. Oh, geez, I think that's a bit harsh, James. Dom Young caught out doing a harper. Dom Young was caught in a 3-on-1. He made the call. He made the wrong call, as it transpired. Morgan Harper races up out of the line when it's 3-on-3. He creates the overlap. Dom Young was already shot to pieces. He had to make a call. If he had his time, it was too close to the line to just hang back. He had to do something. Morgan Harper races up when it's 3-on-3 and gifts the opposition an overlap. Oh, I missed the conversion. Anyway, Nick Meaney missed the conversion. I missed the conversion too. Nick Meaney actually missed it. I missed even seeing it. Well, it hasn't gone over anyway, and carrying on the horrible standard of goal kicking this weekend, right? I mean, it's been atrocious. And you're probably thinking, oh, that's easy for you to stand there and say, Dan, you're not out there in the situation. That's fair enough, but geez. The standard of goal kicking has been atrocious this weekend. I was talking to UFC about this. Straight through goes Harry Grant. We'll come back to that conversation. It's another line break for the Storm. Touched by the Roosters. 6 more tackles. And Anderson dummies and goes straight through and scores. Grant Anderson scores. He wanted the try last time. He gets it this time. It's 8 points to 0. And a slightly easier kick this time for Nick Meaney. Harry Grant sets it up. Oh, Dominic Young caught out there. Tedesco as well. They overcommitted in defence. Harry Grant, though, from dummy half, skins Terrell May. Takes on the Cheese on the outside. Cheese doesn't have the pace to get there. Sammy Walker does well to get at him. Offloads there. Play on Anderson. Dom Young there overcommitting because Tupanua was on his outside. Had Anderson covered. And Tedesco also overcommitting. 8 points to 0. Kick to come. Conversion successful this time. Your dog just farted. Oh, wow. Those dog farts. Moses with the farts. Back underway. Roosters with the restart. Oh, geez, UFC packing it in early as the Storm lead 10 points to 0. This isn't Broncos versus Knights. Like, I can completely understand Broncos, Knights. The Knights' best player off the field injured after 10 minutes, 18-0 at halftime. I completely understand being like me and writing that game off at the halftime break. 10 points to 0, a quarter of the way through. The quality of both of these sides out there. Throwing the toys out of the cot a little bit early. Tedesco has it for the Roosters. They could hit straight back here for all we know. Tupou puts the step on. Imagine UFC being Frodo Sam. I know that that's a Lord of the Rings reference, but having never seen the movies, I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I've never had a spare 432 hours to have given to actually sit down and watch those movies. Fifth and last here for the Roosters. Keary on the short side. Puts the kick down as far as Warbrick. Warbrick takes it on the full and winds up. Melbourne ball. 10 out from their own line. Anderson. And Howarth. Isn't that interesting? Howarth and Anderson, the two fill-ins, are the two try scorers so far for the Storm. Like, if you look down that Melbourne Storm team, yeah, you would say Xavier Coates would be playing, not Grant Anderson. Let's see. You will super chat $100 for me to watch it. Let's see. 743 divided by 100. $7.43 an hour. I think I'm worth more than that, to be honest. I'm exaggerating, obviously. Just in case anybody out there is taking me seriously, I know the movies do not go for 743 hours. I'm clearly taking the piss. No, I am, honestly, admittedly, I'm a bit like that, though, as Tedesco now has some space for Swalihi. Wrapped up, though, by the Storm defense. If I see a movie and it says that it goes longer for, I reckon an hour, 45 minutes is my limit. If it goes for longer than an hour, 45 minutes, I immediately put a line through it. Not to say that I'll never watch it. I've watched some extremely long movies before. But if it goes for beyond an hour 45, it's not something that I'm just chucking on. I've watched some long movies before. I watched Avatar, but I watched Avatar in like 3 different sessions. I watched a bit. I went, all right, I've got other stuff to do now. I'm a busy man. Turned it off, came back to it the next day. Melbourne pushed the passes here. Enough about that anyway. Melbourne pushed the pass and come up with the error. And the Roosters will have the ball. Trailing 10 points to 0. 18 minutes gone. Swelly, he's on report. What's Swelly on report for? Oh, leading with the knee. No. Swally has gone on report for leading with the knee. No. Running with his knees raised. Well, to be honest, I mean, I realised, I understand what they're talking about, but I mean, it's pretty hard to run without lifting your knees up, isn't it? I understand what they're suggesting there, but that was by no means... I don't think that was by any means exaggerated. Anyway, it's on report. There was no penalty. He's just on report. And the Roosters still have the ball. Angus Crichton inside the Storm 20. Here's an opportunity for the Roosters to hit back. Down the short side they go. Cheese to Sam Walker, who slips. Oh, that was the 5th and last. That was the 5th and last, and Walker slips into contact. And unfortunately, that's a waste of a play on the 5th and last. And some gift ball back to the Storm. And a mistake now from Katoa. Katoa loses it forward. 40 metres out from their own line, the Storm come up with a mistake. Craig Bellamy's team is leading 10 points to 0, but he's up in the coach's box looking like they're losing by about 40 points. Understandable, though, because that's a pretty big error to just gift possession back to the Roosters. The Roosters are a team that could make you pay for that. Walker to Tupanua. 30 out from the line now. Bradley, he's recovered from his kick to the nuts, and he's all good. Carey holds the pass up for Crichton, back on the inside, and Sir Angus stands in the 3-man tackle. 2 men now as Hughes peels off, and that's the 4th. 10 metres out. Nope, told to go back and play the ball. 15 out. Further back, still 20 out. Angus Crichton can't believe it. I thought he was a bit further upfield than that too, to be honest. And he was. Okay. 15 out. Play the ball. Finally, Keary. To, who's this? Spencer Lenu's on. That's who it is. Spencer Lenu's on. Tackle 4, 10 out from the line. Walker kicks on the 4th. In behind the line. Taken by Warbrick. Warbrick cannot get back into the field of play. And it's a goal line dropout. The Roosters taking advantage of the Melbourne mistake in their own half to keep them pinned down here for back-to-back sets, potentially. Got to win the dropout first, though. They will, because the Storm go long with the dropout. And Lindsay Collins winds up and brings it back to the 30. Finally, somebody has gone deep with a goal line restart. Swalehi puts the step on. Tackle 2 here. 20 out. Keary to Watson. Inside for Lenu. Walker. Now Tedesco's up in the line. Holds the pass up. Just a couple of meters short here, the Roosters. Radley almost bursts over. Walker to Keary. Keary floats the pass over to Tupou, and Tupou will score in the corner, and the Roosters hit back. 10 points to 4, the kick to come, the Roosters hit back. Daniel Tupou with the try, but that all comes down to the pass. Keary summed it up perfectly. Saw out of the corner of his eye there Will Warbrick committing to racing up and putting the hit on. And like every good half does, Keary summed it up perfectly. In the moment, sees out of the corner of the eye Warbrick charging up out of the defensive line and says, "I'll have that, thanks." Harbour Bridge pass over the top. You, sir, are caught out. And a simple finish for Daniel Tupou. Sharky boy, ahoy there, welcome back. Bobsy says Dom Young gets next try. Well, it'd be nice if one of my try scorers got a try. It's funny because I picked all backs. We've had Melbourne's number 5, Melbourne's number 3, Roosters number 2. We needed that flipped around a little bit for my multi. Anyway, it's a bonus bet, so I don't really care all that much about it. I mean, bonus bets were still once my actual money, though. So I probably should care. Anyway, Sam Walker from the sideline hooks it off horribly to the left, and the atrocious goal kicking of this weekend continues. 10 points to 4. The Melbourne Storm leading, but the Roosters are just starting to gain some parity in this contest. Back underway. 6 points the difference. Dom Young's under the high ball from the restart. Gives it to Collins for the hit up. F1 quali's coming up as well. The sports are in full force this weekend, yes. Lenu takes a good hit up. When's qualifying start? Practice 3. That's not qualies yet. Okay. There's still another practice session to get through before the qualifiers. Hughes gets next try, says Sharky Boy. Well, I'll take Hughes or Dom Young, honestly, as slipping into contact is the cheese there. Kick down, taken on the full by Pappenhausen. 10 metres out from their own line here, Melbourne. What a hit from the cheese on Warbrick. Rocking him backwards, and here come the Roosters in full force now to carry on that momentum. What a hit from the cheese. Holy hell, who knew that he had it in him? Tackle for 12 metres out from their own line. This is a huge defensive set from the Roosters. Joe Chan's on the field. Takes it up outside the 20 on the 5th and last. Hughes keeps it low and flat, looking for distance here. It sits up for Tedesco on the 30, and Tedesco runs across field, beats Sean Bloor, but he's wrapped up and brought down 40 metres out from his own line. What a huge set defensively that was from the Roosters, but now Melbourne are up in their faces, trying to return serve. Big hit there on Tupou. Tupou offloads and Keary knocks it on. That's a huge mistake. That is a massive mistake. They're going to challenge. Keary doesn't feel like he's knocked it on. Heel fries. Ahoy, mate. How are you doing? By the way, heel fries, because you are somebody who's potentially interested in this. In Talks the Gamer return, not far away. I've almost finished filming all the necessary bits and pieces I need promotionally for the return. It's nearly there. Mind you, it was honestly supposed to happen in January, and we're now almost in August, but hey. The call was knock on. Keary seemed pretty clear that he didn't get a hand on this. I would have to say this is inconclusive. I think the only way I see this is inconclusive. Inconclusive, but they'll keep their challenge, the Roosters. And this one falls in favour of the Storm. I think he got a finger on it, DJ Shaq. It was hard to tell from the camera angles available. Probo's firing up. Oh, jeez. Who's changing room? Okay, here's a serious question, chat room. Whose dressing room would you rather be walking into right now? Okay, 9 minutes to go till halftime. Let's just say nothing happens now for the rest of the half as Sean Bloor takes it to within 20 of the Roosters line. Actually, let's let this play. We'll let this set go out and then we'll go back to that conversation. Pappenhausen dances around in midfield. Left they go. Wishart to Bloor. Bloor has had huge impact in this game so far. They stay on the short side. Wishart pops it up to Howarth. Howarth looking for a double, fighting his way for the line. He's over the line, but he is held up. 5th and last here for the Storm. They'll play the ball 10 metres out. Big open side to the right. That's where Wishart kicks. Cross field. Lost forward by Swalihi. No, still 5th and last, says the referee. King puts the grubber kick in. It sits up, and it's another try for Grant Anderson. Grant Anderson gets a double. And the Storm extend their lead. 14 points to 10. A kick from a prop. A crossfield grubber kick from a prop. And Melbourne come away with a try. And Bellamy is still not happy. Craig Bellamy is still fired up in the coach's box. I understand it was scrappy. I understand it was probably not what they had planned to happen. But for the love of God, Crack a smile. You got away with one, Craig. Melbourne score. It's 14 points to 4. All right, what was I talking about when I said we'll come back to it and concentrate on this set of 6 with the Storm on attack? This is the problem when I do that, because now I can't remember. Oh, wait a minute. Wait just a minute. The referee says time off. And we are going to check this with the TMO. Oh, yeah. Okay. Whose dressing room would you rather go into? We could have a potential knock-on here, is what they're looking at. And it is. It's off the fingers. It's off the fingers in front of the post, and it's a knock-on. What a let-off. What a let-off here for the Roosters. I mean, fair enough. It's clearly off the fingers. It's clearly gone forward. Therefore, it is a knock-on. Oh, but that's taken away a glorious try. Roosters hold on. They have the ball 10 out from their own line. Correct decision, but cruel. And now a penalty to the Roosters. I've never seen a referee spit on the field before. That is officially a first. I've no doubt that it's happened, but that's the first time I've actually seen it happen live. A referee having a cheeky spit. Yeah, so what dressing room would you rather go into? Robinson and Bellamy are two coaches renowned for firing up. I know that I asked it before that moment, but I'm now saying after that moment. I'm saying after that moment, I'm definitely steering clear of the Melbourne dressing room. Tackle 3 here for the Roosters. They've gone into Storm territory. Even though Craig Bellamy is a very, very little man. For some reason, though, it just... Yeah. For some reason, I just feel like I couldn't cop that sort of bollocking. Pappenhausen takes the ball in his own end goal and is tackled. James has been here for what? 3 seasons? Pretty close to since the channel started. And he still hasn't figured out that the more I get screamed at for attention, the more I ignore the person doing the screaming. It defies belief. Pappenhausen goes low and flat with the restart. And Carey, this time, is definitely a knock-on. He's claiming it's off the shoulder. But I'm sorry, that's still a knock-on, isn't it? No, on this occasion, James, I just didn't see it. Anderson now has some space. Flying down the sideline is Anderson. Puts the kick in. He's taken out. Anderson's been taken out after the kick. That's 10 in the bin, at least. And it is. Victor, the inflictor, is off. 10 in the bin. Clearly takes the man out after the kick. Anderson was away, flying down the sideline from that scrum. Puts the kick in. Clearly taken out. And Angus Crichton's there, which negates the penalty try, I think, is... yeah, I think penalty try would have been rough, James, but... because the kick back in field did go straight to Angus. Penalty now for an illegal steal as the Roosters self-imploding here before our very eyes. 4 minutes to go till the break. All right, now I'm thinking I probably don't want to go into Robbo's changing room. Actually, you know what? Craig Bellamy will still not be happy, will he? King to Wishart. Pappenhausen's in the line. Here's Blore with the offload back to Pappenhausen. Well wrapped up there by Nat Butcher. Wishart puts the step on it, almost opens up. Well defended, putting his body on the line there. Connor Watson. Grant out the back to Hughes. Hughes steps, goes for the line. Fifth and last now, a metre short. Melbourne. They're offside here on the near side, but they go left. Pappenhausen dinks it in over the top for Anderson to score. Was he onside? It's a try if he's onside. Anderson gets a double. This is incredible. Brilliant try. Pappenhausen with the kick. Unbelievable. Melbourne and the Panthers, you know, like take players out of their system. Next man up mentality. The next man up mentality, right? It does not matter. Put anybody into that system. Grant Anderson gets a double in the first half. Oh, wasted world of sports. As the horrible kicking this weekend continues, Nick Meaney pushes it past the near upright to keep it 14 points to 4. Hey, Heel Fries, just out of curiosity, you remember how I wrote and recorded the intro jingle for Intoxigamer? Just speaking about Intoxigamer again. I'm just curious, have you caught the Waste of Water Sports one yet? The only difference is, the Waste of Water Sports one, I wrote the lyrics and the music. I didn't do the vocals. I actually did the vocals to the Intoxigamer intro song. But, yeah, we have... just in case you haven't caught it yet, we do have an official Waste of Water Sports music now. Oh, it's not on the channel anywhere in isolation, but I'll play it at halftime if you're still there. In a minute's time at halftime, when I have a rest, I'll be sure to play it. Tackle 4 now for Melbourne. They definitely have the front foot going into halftime. Wishart now in behind Tupanua. Pappenhausen now puts the pass forward, says the referee. They were in again there, the Storm, but the referee has called a forward pass. Now, if Pappenhausen's hair is any indication, it does look like Melbourne are playing with a slight breeze in this first half. Is that the case? If that's the case, Maybe 10 points is not enough. We'll have to see. Oh, and losing it now to Panua right on the stroke of halftime. I don't think that's really too impactful, although we'll see. Melbourne are going to put a play on, it looks like. Here's Hughes. Hughes over halfway, gets a shove in the back, and it spills out for Warbrick. That is halftime. Good night, nurse. Good band. Actually, I don't know if they still exist. Talk about one-hit wonders. Okay, no, they don't exist anymore. They had that one massive hit back in, what was it, the early 2000s? Yeah. UFC probably knows who they are. Good Night Nurse, pop punk band out of Auckland. One massive, massive hit. That was about it. Half-time here, 14 points to 4. Melbourne Roosters, the game. It's had, definitely the quality I expected. And very, very close. Anybody's game. Shucko Robertson, ahoy there, mate. Doing very well today, thank you, mate. Okay, not only Wednesday night, the New South Wales Blues securing the State of Origin series. But the All Blacks Fiji game, I absolutely nailed my same game multi. And we've got a good game in the making here. Disappointing the last game, honestly. Knights, I thought, would have put up a bit better fight against the Broncos. Death Goes to the Disco. Death Goes to the Disco. That might have been the name of one of their albums. But the song that they are most known for is My Only. Hang on, what's their albums? No. I don't know what Death Goes to the Disco is. Oh, hang on, is that a song that you're talking about? Yes, it is. Okay. No, their one big hit was My Only in 2006. Dad, do you know what does exist? Me putting my nutsack on your drum set. Oh, man. Step Brothers. What a movie. Hellfire, Paintball, Salt, Ash, New South Wales, Australia. Tim, how are you, mate? Ahoy. All right. Is Heel Fry still there? We'll play the song for him. I mean, I'll play the song anyway, because there's no point just having radio silence. Blast from the past, indeed, UFC. Oh, you know what? There should be, and I'm sure James will be in for this as well. There should be a post-stream Discord session, Blast from the past. I mean, we've kind of already done one with the old love ballads. Just a general post-session Blast from the past, walk down memory lane. Deuce 123 says up the Melbourne Storm. 14 points to 4 at the break. Melbourne, you would have to say, pretty deserving leaders at the break. I think it's a fair reflection, I would say. My feelings of the game so far, it's a pretty fair reflection of what's gone on. 14 points to 4, Melbourne at the break. Wolfie says either Storm or Panthers win grand final now. Roosters proving they are pretenders. Oh, that's harsh. That's harsh, Wolfie. It's 10 points difference. It could easily have been so much more, but for the scrambling of the Roosters, it could easily have been a much bigger lead. So you've got to give credit where credit is due for that. I mean, 10 points. 10 points is a well-constructed try and a bounce of the ball or an intercept. Or 10 points is not a lot. Wolfie says, I'm being honest, a top 4 team putting zero effort with a man in the bin. I don't think anything out there suggests that. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Wolfie, I think you're being harsh. I would not suggest at all a 10-point margin at halftime. In Melbourne, by the way, in Melbourne, I wouldn't say that they're putting in zero effort. Roosters have just been far too... Oh, yeah, there we go. Roosters have just been far too undisciplined when the game has been in the balance. A sin binning at this time could have big consequences. And yeah, and the thing is too, DJ Shaq, like that particular moment as well. Victor Radley had no, and that's why he was whacking himself on the head as he was walking off the field, because he didn't need to do it. Angus Crichton was there. And that's why there was not even a consideration at all for penalty try, because the kick went straight back in field to Angus Crichton. He was there. They had them covered. He didn't need to do it, and that's why he was punching himself in the face walking off. All right, Waste to Water Sports halftime. Let's have a quick break. I'll be right back after this for all the second half action. Storm, Roosters, it's finals footy come early here in the NRL. Be right back after this.
Welcome to the wasted world of sports, where the game's just a backdrop for drunken retorts. Rugby league or union, it's all fair play, but it's the banter that steals the show. Hey, 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 hey. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. They're all well and good, but we're here for the jokes and 10 pence less. From the kickoff to the final whistle blow, we'll take the 2 and we're ready to go. Ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. Join us in our world where the banter is prime. Wasted world of sports, we're having a good time. We break down the plays, but it's all in jest. With the laugh and the cheer, we bring out our best. No serious analysis, no expert critiques, just a bunch of mates sharing plenty of drinks. We'll raise a roll, from sideline jokes to post-match tales. All big goofs and their big fails. We're not so serious, and that's our style. With each ahoy, we raise our skies. Ahoy, ahoy, we're here to make some noise. It's all about the laughs, the fun, and the joys. and the laughs are true. Oh, wasted world of sports, here's to all cheer. We'll see you on the pitch and drink some beer. Yeah.
The wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
All right, second half getting ready to get underway here. 14 points to 4 in favour of the home side. Melbourne Storm are indeed winning. Deuce, 1, 2, 3. CM 0102 Mario says, Jesus, all I saw was it rebounding into Swelly his shoulder into a Melbourne dude and happy days. Not too sure what moment we're talking about there. But yes, indeed, it is the Melbourne Storm with the lead at the break. Still anybody's game. I would not be writing off the Roosters. I'm surprised, actually, at the amount of banter in the chat writing off the Roosters. It's only a 10-point difference. Now, I've gone for the Storm. I tipped the Storm by 2. I've gone for the Storm. Oh, the disallowed try, DJ Shaq. Thank you. The disallowed try, Anderson's one off the grubber kick. Ah, yeah. Okay, yeah, the knock on. No, there were definitely fingers. Yeah, you can see on the replay, there was definitely, it was minuscule, but minuscule is all it takes. There was definitely a touch off the pinky. And that's what I reckon it was, too. It was the pinky. If you see the replay, the pinky bends back. It was definitely lost forward by the Roosters as well. Swalihi, I'm gathering, was the man, but it was. You pretty clearly saw the finger brushed with the ball in the replay. So, look, it was such a good try, but I mean, look, the rules are the rules, right? Rules are the rules. We don't always see them adhered to, in fairness. So I can't say that you've got to adhere to the rules because they don't always. But yeah, scrutinizing it with the microscope, it was pretty clear. Dead in the water, like my perfect round, says UFC. Oh, because you went the Roosters tonight. Yeah, right. DJ Shaq says, I guarantee the chat room will be giving you an absolute Bellamy style. I told you so. Spray if the Storm go on with the job at the second half. Oh, here come the teams now for the second half. Teddy Tedesco leading out the Roosters. Oh, it's all right, DJ Shaq. If you're referring to me, mate, the lots of people in the chat room give me a bollocking Bellamy style, regardless of what I say. So it's part and part. If you devote your life to content creating on any social media platform, and you don't expect to cop a bollocking every time you do something, you have chosen wrong. You've got to be prepared for that. You've got to be prepared to stand firm. I mean, geez. Just ask UFC about 2024. Yes, I did have to look over at the calendar and see what year it was. We've reached that point of the night, folks. We've reached that point where I've now had to double check what year we're in. My apologies. I do have a tendency to. I need to get better at learning my limits, is what I'm suggesting here. When you're checking to see what year you're in, because you've had a few too many. You've got to start pulling yourself up, right? Pulling yourself up, I said. But yes, geez, UFC is one of the biggest trash talkers in the chat room. Because I made a bold prediction that the Raiders are a smoky for the wooden spoon. And so whenever they sneak a win, he's the first to remind me about it, even though they're still on target for a bottom 3 finish. So I don't quite understand the blazenness of his trash talk. They're still nowhere near the top 8. But in fairness, they are also still nowhere near the wooden spoon either. Which is the point of his snarkiness, I suppose. As Tupouniua's down in back play from the restart. Keep an eye on that for the Roosters. Tupouniua down in back play. And the Storm get the kick away. Taken on the full by Tupou. Oh, he's up. Tupouniua's up. Roosters back in possession. 10 points to 4. Man in the bin to start this second half. Tedesco dances in midfield. Almost gets through. Keary onto Lenu. Lenu to Crichton. Crichton offloads back to Keary. Keary's wrapped up. 40 metres out from the line. Fifth and last. Time off for something. Referee is telling Teddy to calm down. Because, Tupouniua. We're back to Tupouniua. Oh, Tupouniua has face planted. The turf is what's happened. They were just waiting for him to catch up to play. Fifth and last. 40 out. Walker's kick is too deep with not a lot of height. And it's taken with ease at the back here by Anderson. And Melbourne have the ball. 10 out from their own line. Howarth. I don't feel like this is out of order to say, but Howarth and Anderson. Anderson's filling in for Xavier Coates. Yeah. As the cheese comes back onto the field. Howarth. Howarth would be in for Remus Smith, I'm thinking. But how good have they been tonight, those two, honestly? Talking about Melbourne under Craig Bellamy, the next man up mentality, part of that system. Doesn't matter who they've got, just like the Panthers. Doesn't matter who they've got in the jumper. Next man up mentality. They just come in and they play the role. How good have they been tonight? Howarth and Anderson take a bow, I say. Fifth and last now for the Storm. Just inside Roosters territory. Hughes puts a massive kick. Massive bomb up, but it's taken well by Dom Young. Roosters in possession. Very unhappy looking Craig Bellamy in the coach's box. Butcher. That's Butcher Nat. Who takes out halfway. Cheese back on the field. Leaks up with Lindsay Collins. They're 40 out from the Melbourne line, but now have lost the ball. Lindsay Collins spills it in the play the ball. They can challenge it. They still have their challenge from earlier, I believe. Ooh. That's pretty clear cut, though. Lindsay Collins spills the ball. That would have been a waste of a challenge. So, probably a good thing they didn't do it. And the thing is, like, Penrith modelled their success over the Melbourne Storm or after the Melbourne Storm. They based everything on the Melbourne Storm system, yeah? I'm pretty sure that everyone involved in what's been developed there at Penrith has said the same thing. We focused on the best All Blacks. As Howarth now fends off 1, 2, still going Howarth. Brought down 10 metres out. So that Melbourne Storm system is now swept into Penrith. It's now, watch it, sweeping into the Bulldogs. Keep an eye on the Bulldogs in 2 or 3 years' time, and they'll be consistently top 4 team, the way that they're going. 5th and last here, Melbourne, a metre out. Sloppy play the ball. As a matter of fact, it's so sloppy that it's been called a knock-on. And the Roosters' defence holds on. There's pats on the back everywhere for the Roosters. Glenn Sheether, ahoy there, as Victor Radley now comes back on. The Roosters are back to a full complement. It was very important that they held on there. It was critical to hold on for that play. Victor Radley back on. Scrum down, Roosters. 10 out from their own line. Walker feeds. May takes the first hit up. He's rocked backwards in the tackle. Still 10 metres out. Howarth has been going great guns. Oh no, we've got an issue here for Radley. Do we? No. We've got a penalty to the Roosters, and we've got time off. We've got time off, and we now have a Melbourne player being called out. The Melbourne player being called out is Joe Chan. This is going to be interesting. He's got 10 in the bin, Joe Chan. Joe Chan has got 10 in the bin. Victor Radley has just come back from the bin. And now Joe Chan, yes, shoulder to the face. Shoulder to the face. That's what they were calling for, the Roosters players. Opportunity now for the Roosters to come right back into this one. Walker puts the chip in over the top. It sets up there for Butcher. 5th and last. Cheese fires it back now to Watson. Tedesco puts the kick in. It's a shocker. It's taken on the full by Pappenhausen. And it's a 7-tackle set. Poor play there from Teddy. Oh, Jack Howard's a queen. Well, of course, he plays for the Storm. And I say that, I'm not even, I'm not even, when we joke about Melbourne being just another Queensland team, it's their feeder system. Their feeder system is from up here. It actually got eaten into by the presence, the emergence of the Dolphins. But the Melbourne Storm under-19s play in the Queensland competition because there is no under-19s competition in Melbourne. Their under-19s, legitimately, I could go to their games. They are based, like, so close to where I live. I could go watch the Melbourne Storm under-19s play every week, even though I don't live in Melbourne. I live in Queensland. It's hilarious. People who support the Storm get all offended about it. Oh, they're not a Queensland team. Well, when I say they're a Queensland team, I just mean their system. Because in fairness, there's no such thing as rugby league in Melbourne. Let's be honest. Tap and go here for the Roosters. Dom Young takes it up to the 40. They've got another 7 tackle set here. Tedesco to Tupou. Tupou puts the fend on, gets the arms free, but can't offload. 40 metres out from the Storm line. Roosters with the man advantage. Joe Chan in the sin bin. Can they come up with some points now? Cheese from dummy half. Change of direction. Here's Walker. Outside to Watson. And Watson's tackled. 22 out. And it's a sloppy play the ball again. Sloppy play the ball. What a let-off here from the Storm. Well, there was hands on the shoulder there. I mean, really shouldn't have been an effect. The hand on the shoulder. You can't really blame that, but we've also seen those penalised a lot too, haven't we? At the same time. Scrum down for the Storm. What a let-off. 20 metres out from their own line. Yes, indeed, James. All the Panthers representatives, New South Wales. Now that Capewell's gone, anyway. When Capewell was playing for him, they had one. Wait, that's tomorrow, UFC? Oh, hang on. Tomorrow was supposed to be the... Was tomorrow supposed to be the Paul Tyson fight? Or did they change the date for it as well when they changed the matchup? Because we were going to do 100%, we were going to do the Paul Tyson fight. Didn't realise that had crept up. Joe Chan has still got 5 minutes in the sin bin. Roosters have the ball. Crichton bumps away from Hughes. Runs back in midfield. Links up with Butcher. Tackle 4. Cheese goes quick. Spots some space. Back inside to Walker. Cut out pass to Collins. Collins to Crichton. Space here for the Roosters down the left. Walker puts the kick in for Swalihi chasing. Everybody overruns it, and Nick Meaney dives on it for the Storm. Melbourne ball inside their own half. They scramble well again, the Storm, with a man down. 14-4. 28 minutes remain. Slow play the ball. Melbourne still in possession, though. Pre-game, I said Melbourne by 2. I haven't seen too much to change my mind, to be honest. 5th and last. Storm get the kick away. Straight down the throat of Tupou. What time is it on? Hang on, I might shoot... I think we were only interested if it was Tyson, to be honest. Oh no, they've spilt it, the Roosters. They've spilt the ball on tackle 1 inside their own territory. They have spilt the ball. That is a big mistake. It's Dom Young. Here is a chance for Melbourne. A man down in red-hot field position. They could really put a stamp on this game now. With 27 minutes remaining. 30 out from the line. Here they go. Wishart from the back of the scrum. To Howarth. Howarth steps. Fights for meters. 20 out here, the Storm. Blore, who's had a blinder of a game, Sean Blore. That's the second tackle. 15 out. Grant from dummy half. Wishart dummies. There's a big bag on the field. Hanging around the try line. No one seems to care about it. 5 out. Melbourne. Hughes. To Liero. Liero steps back in field. Takes tackle 4. 10 metres out. Melbourne still on the attack. They go left. Here's Jerome Hughes. Flat pass to Blore. Blore deserves a try. Blore almost gets a try. He's held up and driven backwards into the field of play on the 5th and last. He has been close to man of the match for me, to be perfectly honest. Grant kicks. Held back in the tackle was Howarth. And this will be a penalty, Storm, if not penalty try. There's a lot of Roosters there. But this could still be potential penalty try range. There were lots of Roosters defenders there, but that was a pretty clear held back on Jack Howarth. Harry Grant from dummy half puts the kick in. Howarth flying. He's got all the front foot. This is a penalty try. That could be penalty try. You couldn't argue if that's given. Well, it's going to be no penalty try, but we've got a man going to the bin. No try, but that will be a clear-cut sin binning. Connor Watson. I'm so glad he didn't do that in the Origin on Wednesday night. There were just enough Roosters defenders around that ball to take penalty try out of the equation. They're going to take the 2 here, the Storm. Why not? They're going to take the 2 to give themselves a 16 points to 4 advantage going into the final quarter of this match. An absolute no-brainer to take the 2 here. Elemental, ahoy there. Elemental says yes. Roosters player gone. Up the Storm. Nick Meaney, he's missed a couple tonight. This is a big kick. Puts it over, and the Storm lead by 2 converted tries now. $16 points to 4. 24 minutes remain. Still, anything could happen in this game. I'm fairly certain we've probably still got some more sin binnings to come, right? I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see another 10 in the bin for somebody, as Melbourne have dictated that period with Joe Chan in the bin. Joe Chan is now back. As the Roosters go short with the restart, it's tapped backwards. It's going to sit up for Harry Grant. Harry Grant has it 40 out from the Roosters line and diving on the top of him there. Nat Butcher puts him down, but here goes Hughes now. Oh, Melbourne, great field position. Right on top, Pappenhausen just calling for calmness. Why do you go short with 23 minutes to go? 23 minutes to go is more than enough time for 2 converted tries. You're a man down, you go short and gift Melbourne this field position. I don't understand that play at all. Not fifth and last yet. They've still got tackles up the sleeve. Harry Grant in at first receiver. Now it's the 5th and last. They're 12 out Melbourne in midfield. Grant dummies left, goes right. There's Jerome Hughes, takes it to the line. Inside ball for Nick Meaney. Nick Meaney fights his way just short of the line. And that will be the handover. And Melbourne playing field position, just say, run at us. Go the length of the field with a man down if you think you can. Anyone would think that we were inside the last 10. Victor Radley goes on a good run, offloads to Keary, who loses it. And this will be Melbourne ball in amazing field position now. The Roosters are self-imploding. The Roosters are falling to pieces before our very eyes here. They have hit the panic button well and truly, and they haven't really needed to. There was absolutely no need for the Roosters to panic as much as they are panicking. There is plenty of time left. From the scrum, Melbourne bring it out to the left. Pappenhausen darts across field. He's wrapped up. Oh, God, I've accidentally turned the TV off. How have I managed that? Jeez, I'll never know how I managed that. The remote's not even anywhere near me, and I've managed to turn the TV off. 10 metres out from the line. Melbourne stays short side. Tackle 3. Just a couple of metres out from the line. On that far touchline, here's Hughes. Holds the pass up, and they lose it, Melbourne. Teddy's got it as Roosters look to counter-attack. Tupanua. 0 tackle for the Roosters. Dom Young runs across field, beats one, bumps off Harry Grant, runs back towards the middle. Connor Watson's got 4 minutes 50 left in the bin. Slow play the ball. Tedesco from dummy half. Tedesco is now... You've taken Tedesco out of the game, essentially. Not out of the game in the fact that he's going to get his hands on the ball, but he's going to get his hands on the ball too much now. Tedesco gets this into his game where he feels like he has to single-handedly do it all. And he comes up with some pretty poor play reads. It happened at Origin level for years. Tackle 4. Roosters, though, still on the attack. May bumps off one. Wrapped up now in the 5th and last. 30 metres out. Cheese goes down the short side. Walker pops it up to nobody. Keary collects the loose ball. Beats one. Puts the chip in over the top. Looking for Tupou. Tupou takes Harry Grant out off the ball. Tedesco's claiming the try, but that's going to be a penalty, Storm. Tedesco's claiming it. It's been given, but I think this is going to get taken away. There was... Harry Grant was taken off the ball there. And I think this one's going to get taken away. Short side play for the Roosters. Keary with the grubber in over the top. And Harry Grant's been taken out there off the ball. Fairly clear cut. For the sake of a contest, I'd like to see it given, but it's pretty clear cut. Tupou bumps him off. And there we go. Time off. TMO involved. And that pretty much seals the deal. Once it's gone to the TMO, that pretty much seals the deal. I mean, there can be no arguments, really. It was pretty clear-cut. Harry Grant's got that ball covered. He's tackled without the ball, and that creates the opportunity for Tedesco. It's a pretty easy decision there for the bunker. That's the easiest decision all year for the bunker. And a penalty to the Storm. No try for Tedesco. $16-4 it remains. I don't understand how that even went upstairs, honestly. I called it live. It was pretty clear cut to me, but whoops. Oh no. That's some expensive gear I've just tipped my drink over. Kick in over the top. Wishart looking for it, but Tedesco. Now it's a penalty to the Storm. Tedesco, can't believe it. Oh, Jerome Hughes. Jerome Hughes is down in back play. Oh, Jerome Hughes is busted. This could be massive for Melbourne's premiership hopes. This is big for Melbourne's premiership chances. Oh no, Jerome Hughes can't even stand on his foot at the moment. Pappenhausen tackled without the ball there by Butcher. But the big story here is Jerome Hughes injured in back play. And they're going to take the 2 here, Melbourne. Shot at 2. Why not take the 2 here? It's a difficult attempt, given the game scenario, given the goal kicking of this weekend. Meany puts it over, and Melbourne lead this game 18 points to 4. Jerome Hughes in big trouble. He didn't look good at all. Oh, no, I haven't UFC, but I've got an even better story. And it's not suitable for stream. It's not even suitable for post-stream, actually. It's a story that I will have to tell you in written form. But I've got one even better than that. But please don't tell me that's what you've now, just done. Roosters go short. This time it makes a little more sense, though. But Melbourne still come down with it. 18 points to 4. Melbourne making some good meters here. Quick play the ball again. Oh, they're dismantling the Roosters now. And this is not... Let's just appreciate the Melbourne system for a moment. This is not, by any stretch of the imagination, their full-strength team. But they've come out here and... honestly, a lot of people have the Roosters as premiership threats, myself included, as Dom Young takes the ball and races away now. Across field, though. He ran about 80 metres, but he did it all running cross field. So the Roosters are still pinned down in their own 20. "15 minutes to go. Up there, Gazali, Dom Young. What a take. Roosters now. Tedesco to Young. Young puts the kick in. Space at the back. Walker's chasing. Pappenhausen gets back. Spills it. Taps it dead. Goal line dropout incoming here for the Storm. Oh, Pappenhausen's hurt as well in that kick chase. Balongo will be surely. Yes, here he is. Falongo getting ready to come onto the field. Honestly, as soon as we saw Pappenhausen with even the slightest of limps there, was surely the signal at 18 points to 4 to bring him off the field. Do not risk it and get Falongo out there. Common sense call surely there from Coach Craig Bellamy. If in fact that's what's happened, Falongo might be on for somebody else for all I know. It's the Roosters' ball, though. 5 out from the line. 13 and a half minutes remaining. Walker to Radley. Radley with the Harbour Bridge pass to Dom Young. And not only is it a try, it's a tick off the multi at last. And of course the commentators, with no involvement in this game at all, had to relate that back to Reece Walsh somehow. Did they really just say that? One of the most common passes in the game that every player has the ability to do. They have somehow, 67 minutes into this Roosters and Storm match, found a way to wank on about their little lover boy Reece Walsh. They did not seriously just call that Reece Walsh like, did they? I am lost for words. Dom Young dives over in the corner. Walker from the sideline. It's on target. It's on target. It hooks left. And it's another miss. Difficult opportunity, of course. But it's another miss from the goal kickers this weekend. In what has been an atrocious round for goal kickers. The score remains 18 points to 8 with 12 minutes to go. Exactly, UFC. I'll be honest, in my assessment, when I say Reece actually, when he was playing at the Warriors, I saw the potential in him. He's come to the Broncos. He's been elevated 1,000 times higher than he actually is justified to be. But I feel like he's regressed in his game. I mean, that could just be my personal take, but I feel like he was way more impactful when he was at the Warriors than since he's come back to Brisbane. Walker out the back to Tedesco. Tedesco again. Almost creates some space for Dom Young. Fifth and last. Roosters 35 out. Walker puts it high. Down the middle of the field. Chasing through. The Cheese takes it. Offloads to Keary. And Keary's brought down 5 metres out from the line. And spills the ball. Melbourne scramble and have it back. Well, I mean, the simple reality of that situation, UFC, is News Corp own 70% stake in the Broncos. News Corp own Fox Sports, the News Corp media. Here comes Reece Walsh into the squad, like a little bit. I get it. A little bit of a poster boy, an image for the game. Yeah. It makes sense that it's a media-driven agenda. Fifth and last, Hughes puts it high. Under it is Dom Young. Fires a loose-ish pass. Back to Tedesco. Don't know that the pass was necessarily on, but they come away with it, the Roosters. Yeah, and that's the thing, DJ Shaq. I'm talking purely about... I'm talking purely, obviously, about Reece Walsh, the player out on the field. I do not know or give two shits to know Reece Walsh, the person. So I couldn't care less about that. I'm talking purely about the player. And Swalihi jumps for the ball. Falls over the shoulders of the Melbourne defence. And he lands awkwardly. He is in a world of hurt in back play there. Was that Swalihi? I think it was. He's fallen awkwardly there, but there was absolutely zero intent. Oh, well, Nick Meaney did get hands on him. Look, Swalihi has jumped at the wrong time to try and take that ball. And that looked nasty. There was zero intent. Nick Meaney will be on report for it. And Nick Meaney will probably spend a couple of weeks on the sideline for that. There was no intent there. But he did, he did jump. And he did have his legs taken out. No intent at all from Nick Meaney, but it happened. Eight minutes remain in this game. Swalihi's off. And Nick Meaney's on report. And I do think we'll hear more about that. Look, there was no intent. There was certainly no ill intention there from Nick Meaney. It's just an incidental thing that happened because Swalihi jumped. Meaney did not at all realise Swalihi had jumped. But as you know, we don't take that into account at the judiciary, do we? So he could be spending a couple of weeks on the line. Tedesco now towards the post, slides towards the line. He's half a metre short, Tedesco. On tackle 4, 7.5 minutes to go. Walker tries to fire the pass along and racing up and making the tackle is Howarth. But the Roosters will get the penalty. They're offside, the Storm. They're offside. 7 minutes remain. This game is not over yet. Walker taps. 10 metres out. White. Taken down a metre short. Roosters ball. In front of the post, they're still 10 out. Carey onto Crichton. Crichton turns in the tackle. Fires it back to Watson. Watson to Tupou. Tupou slips. Gets back up. Wrapped up and brought down by Warbrick. That's tackle 3. Roosters on the attack. Walker to White. White with his second hit up of this set. In front of the post, 5 out. Tackle 4. They go right. Walker. Tedesco. Out to... Oh! Tedesco pops it up to Tupanua, who holds the pass up for Dom Young. Dom Young for the corner. As the Storm shield him over the dead ball line in goal. He was over the try line, Dom Young. Dom Young was over the try line, but the Melbourne defence did not panic. The Storm defence does not panic, and they turn Dom Young on his back and take him over the in-goal line. No try. That's the moment of the game right there. Melbourne have the ball back. They tap and go from the 20. 0 tackle. That was a big defensive moment. Solid defense from the Storm. $18 to 8. Storm up to halfway. King puts the head down, charges forward for some post-contact meters. 40 out now from the Roosters line. Karma Chameleon draws in 3 defenders. 30 out. Stacked short side, but they go open. Grant from dummy half. Brought down on the 5th and last. Hughes in midfield. Puts it high. Not a lot of distance on it, so the Roosters happily sit back and watch it. It falls for Anderson. Pops it back for Howarth. Howarth looks to get the arms free, but he doesn't. He's wrapped up and brought down for a soft handover there. 5 minutes to go. Radley charges forward. 5 minutes left for the Roosters to try and pull off a miracle. Angus Crichton with the fend-off. Offloads back to Tedesco. Teddy dances around in midfield and brought down. 18 points to 8. 40 out from their own line here, the Roosters. Carey inside ball to Collins. Collins brought down. A great tackle by Harry Grant. Quick ball from dummy half again. Carey with the inside ball. This time to Walker, who offloads back to Collins. Tedesco to Crichton. Crichton offloads now to Walker. To Watson. Watson dummies. Goes on his own. Wrapped up on the 4th. The Melbourne defence will not be broken. Walker to Carey. Carey pops it up now for Radley. 5th and last. 20 out. Big play, this one. This could be the match in the balance. Carey runs it. Links up with Collins. Offloads to Karma Chameleon with the intercept. And that will be the Melbourne Storm victory. And Robinson knows it as well as he rocks backwards in his coach's chair. That's the game. Potentially. Melbourne can just run down the clock here, get a big kick away. Well, and they get a penalty. What a gift of a penalty there. Angus, Sir Angus, what have you done? tackling after held. 3.5 minutes to go. And that will surely be the game now for the Storm, although they lose it on halfway. Penalty. Knock on. Not a penalty. Knock on, Roosters. 1-on-1 steal was all good. But they've knocked it on there, the Roosters. 3 minutes to go. Full set of 6 for the Storm. With a scrum down on halfway. Will surely be the game. And they hold on at Fortress Melbourne again. It was, honestly, this game was a true flip of the coin, I thought. A 50-50 game. Wow, 13 errors to 8. The Roosters, 13 errors. Sums it up, really. Didn't allow themselves a real proper shot at this contest with 13 errors. How are you supposed to stay in a game of footy with that amount of errors compared to the opposition? Almost double. King at the back to Wishart. Dummies inside once. Goes to Howarth, who's had huge involvement in this game. Well, we certainly did, James. I said Storm by 2. He said that was a bold call. You backed me up, saying Storm victory, and he didn't want any piece of that. So, yeah, we tried. We tried. I get the feeling that he had already thrown that bet down, though, yeah? Dominic Young is rocked backwards in the tackle. Roosters a metre out from their own line here. Collins finding metres hard to come by. Tackle 3. May now, rocked backwards in the hit, gets the offload away, and the Roosters now up to their 20. Tackle 4, though. Walker puts the grubber kick in. Knocked out by Faulongo, and Sua Faulongo, the X Factor. Traps the ball with his knee, and then picks it up and scores under the posts. That's definitely the match winner, and it's Sua Faulongo, the X Factor. 22-8, kick to come. Oh, give that man a starting spot. Seriously, they are going to lose him to another club if he does not get regular starting time in the future. The Roosters had to chance their arm, but Faulongo does extremely well here to trap the ball. And it sits up perfectly for him. He's been on the field for a cup of coffee at most. And he comes away with a try. $22 points to 8. The kick to come, and that seals the deal. Sua Faulongo. And that has hopefully turned the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest back in my favour this weekend, because I'm under the pump at the moment from positions 2 and 3 as Meany pops it over from right in front. And it's 24 points to 8. And this has turned into a big victory. This has transpired into a big victory. Well, I hope you get a perfect round, James. I really do. Not just for you, but our good friend UFC, he doesn't do himself any favours, does he, UFC? He tends to get a bit lippy when he has no reason to be so lippy. So, more than happy for you to run him down and take over him at the back end there. Yeah. as the full-time siren sounds and the curtain is closed on this game. Melbourne, 24 points to 8. Yeah, me too, Gamer Mel. The Knights were done, though, when Bradman Best went off after 10 minutes injured. That was the end of their night. It was all Broncos from then. Knights lost their best player early in the game. It was all over. Disappointing, but it happens. I mean, I've done similar before. I've tipped Manly in a lot of games, and then Tommy Turbo would go and get injured in the first quarter of the match. And once Tommy Turbo goes off for Manly, we know what happens, yeah? Well, apparently the exact same thing happens to Newcastle when Bradman Best gets injured. 24 points to 8 here, and Grant Anderson is still down in back play. The trainers are still with Grant Anderson after a solid game. And Jerome Hughes is still limping as well. That'll be something else to keep an eye on. Jerome Hughes, for mine, the standout halfback of the competition. Got to keep an eye on that as well. All right, Wasted World of Sports. A win for the Melbourne Storm here, defending their home turf. It wasn't as close as I thought it was going to be, but well, exactly. CMO102 Mario says it doesn't matter. They'll just get someone else, potentially even better. Well, let's not forget the Grant Anderson, the starting number 5 tonight. Xavier Coates is the man he's replacing. So all that's going to happen is Xavier Coates is going to recover from his injury and come back in for Grant Anderson. And as well as Grant Anderson played tonight, you're taking Xavier Coates any day of the week, aren't you? So, but a very unfortunate sight there. Grant Anderson being helped off the field by 2 trainers. He can't walk. He had such a good game, so you hate to see it. I mean, you'd hate to see it if he had a bad game as well. So that's not really what I meant by that statement at all. But he stood up, played his role to perfection. Melbourne come away with the win. Here on the Wasted World of Sports, we will tap out. Thank you so much, each and every one of you, for joining us. Appreciate it, as always. And we'll see what games we're back for next as the NRL continues. We are charging towards finals time. I can't wait. All right. Thank you so much. I'll catch you guys next time. Yes, until then, cheers.